Well, good morning, everyone. We are so happy that you are here on behalf of the City of Raleigh. We are welcoming you to our Affordable Housing Summit. This is where you applaud. We got a good crowd. Today we're going to have an extraordinary time to get us an opportunity to learn about innovative ways for us to deal with affordable housing and homelessness. And so we have some extraordinary speakers here today. I do want to give you some quick information. One, in your bag, you do have the run of show. Make sure that you pay attention to all of that. Because we're on a time, we want to make sure that we are obliging by your time. At this time, I do want to make sure that we recognize all of our public officials. Any public officials in the audience, please stand. All right. It's always good to see who is laboring for you and who is here for you as well. So this summit is an event that's actually a part of our Reflection Raleigh. It is dealing with our next comprehensive plan. Over the next 10 months, Raleigh will be hosting a series of community conversations to discuss topics and gather public input for the plan. On your table, you actually have a card that has two QR codes on it. One side it has our community housing priority survey, and on the other side is future reflections, and this will be what you will share something that is not included with the survey, and we want to add your thoughts. And the City of Raleigh has taken this very seriously to have public input, and so make sure you take the time to do all surveys, take advantage of the QR code, because we truly, truly want to know what you're thinking, and we want your feedback. All right, so we're going to get going with our presentations. We have a truly a true talent in this homeless industry. Our first speaker up is Greg Colburn from the University of Washington, and he'll be presenting Homelessness is a Housing Problem. Greg?
Good morning, all. Greetings from Seattle. I arrived at midnight last night and woke up this morning and I was like, this is humid here. But I was told it's not that bad compared to what you have had, so I'm glad things eased up on me. Grady, thank you for the introduction, and Emila, Erica, and Holly, thank you for the invitation and hospitality as you put this together. I'm here to talk about homelessness on a Saturday morning, which I'm sure is going to fire everyone up. It's a tough topic, and when people ask me what makes me optimistic on the topic, I usually say it's the fact that I come to cities all around the United States and there are people sitting in a room willing to listen to a talk about homelessness. So that gives me confidence and is a source of optimism for me that we will end this scourge in my lifetime. I'm confident we can do that. We just have to make different decisions than we've made to date. This is my fifth trip to North Carolina. I've given a talk in Charlotte, one previously in Raleigh, Wilmington, and Asheville. No one is more surprised than I am that I've been making the tour talking about this. But it speaks to, one, the commitment of the state, people in the state, and also the challenges that you face. Why I keep coming back here. And so while your challenges are not the same that we face in Seattle and San Francisco and Los Angeles, it's getting there. It's getting there. And so I always joke that I'm like a Charles Dickens, character from a Charles Dickens novel, The Ghost of Christmas to Come. Please don't follow what we did. Okay? It's much easier to get out of this early rather than waiting until you're Seattle or Los Angeles and then saying, boy, we've got a massive, massive problem. How are we going to get out of this? So I am a second career academic. My first career was in finance. I was an investment banker and private equity professional. And so you're going to see elements of my professional training in the markets in my discussion. But I also care deeply about this issue. And so I've kind of brought my training in housing policy with my training in the markets to think about this issue of homelessness. This is the book. I was motivated to write the book. My family and I moved to Seattle in 2017, and given that I study housing and homelessness, I got invited to all these meetings right away. And as the newcomer, I would just sit quietly and listen because I didn't really know what was going on. I didn't know who the players were. And I would listen quietly and kind of scratch my head and say, I don't think we really understand what's going on here. There was a general agreement that we had a problem, but there was not a general agreement into what was driving this problem. And if you were a concerned citizen in Seattle and you read the Seattle Times every day, you would understandably be confused about the problem of homelessness because there was a different article every day attributing the crisis to some other factor. And the problem kept getting worse, and people were walking around saying, what the heck is going on? Obviously what we're doing isn't working. And so as someone who studies public policy, that concerns me because as public confidence erodes in our collective ability to fix a problem, our willingness to make the investments that we need to make also erodes. And that then leads to what I would call sort of the death spiral situation, which is what I would basically say is going on the West Coast right now. We waited too long to make these investments, and now the investments that are required are immense. So my hope for your community is that you don't follow this path. And the fact that you're here on a Saturday morning would suggest to me that you aren't, which is fantastic. So I've been all over the place. In fact, in 2 weeks, I'm heading to Australia. I'm going to do 4 talks in Australia. They've got a terrible housing market in Australia and are following our trajectory. And so I've learned a ton on this tour from all these different communities. And it's been surprising to be in Iowa and see that Iowa has a state vacancy rate of 5%. They have a housing crisis in Iowa. Would have never guessed. Okay, so this is creeping into the interior of the country, and obviously North Carolina is no different. So if we're going to talk about homelessness, we need to talk about causation. What causes homelessness? And that's a simple question with a really complicated answer. Okay? One of the purposes of the book was to disentangle all these different causal arguments about homelessness. Some causal arguments are saying what causes an individual to experience homelessness. And one of the ways we know about those causal linkages is we ask people, why are you homeless? And when we ask people those questions, they give us very blunt and honest answers. My boyfriend beat me up and I ran. Now I'm homeless. I made some poor decisions. I drink too much. I lost my job. I got sick. Okay? And so we honor these explanations, and when we publish these results, the Seattle Times gets a hold of them and says, here are the causes of homelessness. And I read that and I scratch my head and say, of course it's true. This is their truth. But I also sit back and say, if divorce was really the cause of homelessness, shouldn't we have a lot more homelessness? Okay. So we could end all divorce in the United States and we'd still have a problem with homelessness. So what is going on? How do we think and honor these explanations that people tell us while also thinking about the structural drivers of this crisis? So this was really, frankly, one of the fundamental challenges that I had in the book, is I'm coming in saying, hey, I'm Greg Colburn, I'm a professor, and I'm saying it's the housing market, and there's a woman next to me saying, no, it's domestic violence. Who am I to say that that's not her truth? So how can we marry and honor both of those explanations? One isn't right, one isn't wrong. The way we do that in the book is to draw a distinction between what we call root causes and precipitating events. Both are important and both are true. And the way we highlight this for our readers is to use the analogy or metaphor of musical chairs, which has been used by social scientists for a long time to explain a variety of different phenomena in society. We use this to explain the difference between a root cause and a precipitating event. Imagine 10 friends get together to play a game of musical chairs. There's a leader who starts the music. Everyone starts walking around in a circle. The leader pulls one chair out. We now have 9 chairs and 10 people. When the music stops, everyone scrambles for a chair, and by definition, someone loses. In this case, the loser of the game is Mike. Mike had sprained his ankle and was on crutches. And so when the music stopped, he was unable to move quickly, given his physical impairment, and he lost the game. And so if we were there interviewing Mike after the game, if ESPN were there, and we said, Mike, why'd you lose the game? What would he say? I had a bad ankle. And everyone would nod, yeah, Mike lost the game because he had a bad ankle. It caused, right, here's that word, causation. It caused Mike to lose the game. But if you asked a different question, which is why didn't Mike have a chair? It's because we didn't have 10 chairs. Okay? I would argue that this simple analogy or metaphor is exactly what's going on in the streets of Seattle and San Francisco and Los Angeles every single day. Which is we observe people on the street and we say, of course Joe's homeless, he's addicted, he's mentally ill, he's poor. And what we're missing in this fact is that the structural deficit of housing is making it more likely that Joe's not going to win this game. And in Seattle, Amazon has imported tens of thousands of highly compensated people who always find housing. It's like playing musical chairs with Usain Bolt, right? The fastest man in the world, at least he used to be. I guess he wasn't in the Olympics. He's too old now. But he's pretty darn fast when he was running, right? The Amazon people are like Usain Bolt. He's going to win every time. And so instead of focusing on the housing deficit, what do we focus on? We focus on Joe's on the street and there's a needle next to him. Or he's behaving erratically and he's mentally ill. Or he's poor. Or he's black, he's been discriminated against. Or he's physically disabled. That's where we focus. Both are true, both are important, but unless we figure out the structural deficit of housing, we're going to continue to create the conditions that produce homelessness at high rates. So I've learned when you write a book about homelessness, you get lots of angry emails. Okay? And I initially was a little defensive, and now I've created a folder in my email inbox for them. Okay? I'm thinking about writing a second book about the reactions to the first book, because I think it says something about human nature. We could talk about that for a long time. I don't want you to leave here and say Greg doesn't think that drugs are a problem. That's not the point of this book. Drugs are an absolutely huge problem. We have a fentanyl crisis in Seattle that is really, really scary. Okay? That's not the point. If you're addicted, if you're mentally ill, if you're poor, you're more likely to experience homelessness. We could fill this room with research demonstrating that. Okay? But we also know that these conditions produce homelessness at really high rates in some locations and not others. That should cause us to scratch our heads and say, what's going on here? And that's what we try to explore in this book. We ask a simple question. Why do rates of homelessness vary so widely throughout the United States? Why does my city of Seattle have 5 times the homelessness of Chicago? Huge variation. Is it simply because places like LA and Seattle have more people who are vulnerable? If drug use, mental illness, and poverty cause homelessness, if you have more people who are addicted, mentally ill, or poor, you'll have more homelessness. That's a perfectly logical explanation for regional variation. But it turns out that is not true. It's not true. It doesn't stop people from making the argument, but it's not. So this is a book about cities, not about people. This is to explain what the heck is going on in Seattle and cities like that. It doesn't mean that person-focused research isn't important. It absolutely is. That's just not what this book is. Okay. So the thesis of the book is that tight housing markets accentuate vulnerabilities and produce homelessness at much higher levels. And these individual risk factors that get a lot of time and attention in the newspaper and on social media are really sorting mechanisms. They're identifying the people who are going to experience homelessness when housing is scarce. That's the gist. So if you want to take a nap, you can. I mean, that's the story. I'll tell you a little bit more over the next 20 minutes, but that's basically the story. So just to demonstrate for you that we do have huge variation, and I know, having been in the back of the room, some of this is going to be small for those of you in the back, but I'm going to explain each slide. So if you're having trouble seeing it, don't worry. I will hopefully explain what you're looking at. Our sample is the 30 largest metros in the United States, the sample in the book. Some places count homelessness at the city level. Some places count at the county level. You count at the county level, Wake County. Neither way is right or wrong. But one of the challenges in looking at homelessness numbers is you can't compare cities to counties. Why? Because homelessness congregates in the urban core. City-based counting will produce higher rates of homelessness because counties typically will include suburban locations that have lower rates of homelessness. So we need to compare cities to cities. And when we do that, what we see is New York, DC, San Francisco, and Boston have about 5 times the homelessness of Indianapolis. Huge variation. When we move to counties, my home county, King County, is in this group. The numbers are lower because of the suburban phenomenon. But what's really interesting is the relationship is, again, 5 to 1. LA County, Santa Clara County, King County, which is Seattle, and Multnomah, which is Portland, are about 5 times Hillsborough, which is Tampa. Okay? So that's the variation we want to explain. So the logic of the book is we use pretty simple statistics and we say, does this factor help us understand regional variation? If it doesn't, we cross it off and we move to the next one. And we just work our way through all the conventional explanations of homelessness, and ultimately we then arrive, shocker, at housing market conditions being a pretty significant factor here. Okay, so we're going to start with some individual explanations. These are the common ones you'd get if you just walk down the street with a microphone and ask people what causes homelessness. Let's start with the obvious, most obvious explanation of homelessness, which is poverty. Homelessness is a poverty problem. There's no doubt about that. If you're poor, you're more likely to experience homelessness. Okay? But what's interesting is when you plot rates of poverty at the community level and rates of homelessness, so just to orient you, the bottom axis here is rates of poverty. So on the right, it would be higher rates of poverty, the percentage of people below the poverty line in that community. On the left would be less poverty. And then the y-axis or the vertical axis is rates, per capita rates of homelessness. Okay? So what we see here is a downward sloping line. What does that downward sloping line tell us? What it tells us is that places with really, really high rates of poverty have lower rates of homelessness. Okay? This is a head scratcher because I just told you that poverty causes homelessness. So what's going on here? Does this mean that poverty doesn't matter? No, that's not the takeaway. The takeaway here is that being poor in an affluent place has very different consequences than being poor in a less wealthy environment. Okay? Homelessness thrives amidst affluence. Seattle, San Francisco, and Boston are probably the three richest cities in the United States, have three of the highest rates of homelessness in the country. Detroit, Cleveland, St. Louis, Baltimore, some of the poorest cities in the United States have relatively low rates of homelessness. This doesn't mean that those communities don't have issues, but homelessness isn't one of them. Why? Because housing is pretty accessible. Okay? So we can't blame the homelessness crisis in Seattle on disproportionate numbers of poor people. Do we have some poor people? Of course we do. But on a percentage basis, far fewer poor people than exist in Detroit and Cleveland, for example. So we can't blame poverty for this regional variation. We got to keep looking. All right, so this is where the angry emails start. If you start to feel your blood pressure rising, it's okay. You're in good company. The drug and mental illness data is better at the state level than at the city level. So this is state level data, but it's the same analysis. It's every state in the nation, what is the rate of serious mental illness in that state, and we plot it against rates of homelessness. And what you see is basically no relationship. There are people experiencing mental illness in every state in the nation, and it bears almost no relationship to rates of homelessness. Well, Greg, you told me that mental illness causes homelessness. It does. It does. But the context in which that happens is really, really important. Being mentally ill in the state of Washington has a different consequence than being mentally ill in Arkansas. That's what this data tells us. Okay? Same thing with substance use disorders. The R squared here, if you can see it, is 0.06, which basically means not much relationship at all. As that number gets bigger, it's more powerful explanation. There are people using and abusing drugs in every state in the nation at different rates, and it bears almost no relationship to rates of homelessness. So when people get angry with me and say, I just saw the guy in the street and he was addicted, I'll say, you're right, he was. But if you really think this is a drug problem, do you think people use drugs in Chicago? They do. And what about West Virginia, the home of the opioid epidemic? Let's talk about the homelessness problem in West Virginia. We don't hear about that. It's not to minimize that crisis in any way. It has ravaged that state. But one of the consequences of that has not been homelessness. If you fundamentally believe that this is a drug problem, we should see a massive homelessness crisis in West Virginia, in Arkansas, in Tennessee, and we don't. Okay? The other thing that's really important in this drug conversation is the causal direction, the causal arrows go in both directions. Your addiction might lead you to experience homelessness, no doubt about that. But we also know from lots of research that the trauma associated with living on the streets can produce behavioral health crises. Okay? If you're sleeping outside, exposed to the elements, not eating, not sleeping, not getting regular medical care, facing abuse, physical and sexual assault at very, very high rates, should we be surprised that people develop behavioral health disorders and medicate and become mentally ill? No. It shouldn't surprise us. And so when we see someone on the street, we have to remember we don't know if that condition caused the homelessness or is a consequence of the homelessness. We are pouring gasoline on the fire of the behavioral health crisis by not housing people. Okay? And this is acutely true in Seattle right now. If someone is on the edge of being healthy, leave them on the street for a year, they're not going to be healthy. I say this and it's not a joke. If I were experiencing unsheltered homelessness, I would medicate. Okay? And it wouldn't be the red wine. That's my go-to medication right now. Okay? Okay, so we can't blame the crisis in Seattle, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, and Boston, New York, and DC on disproportionate numbers of mentally ill or drug users. We can't talk about homelessness without talking about race. Black, brown, indigenous people are 3 to 4 times overrepresented in the homeless population. Okay. But what's interesting is when you plot the racial makeup of cities, in this case the percentage of the population that's black or African American, what you see is not much of a relationship. So what is going on here? The way I explain this slide is that race doesn't cause homelessness. If race caused homelessness, Chicago should have a lot more homelessness than Seattle. Chicago has a much higher black population than does Seattle. So race doesn't cause homelessness, racism causes homelessness. Okay? Racism explains why black, brown, and indigenous people are overrepresented in the homeless population in Raleigh and in Chicago and in Jackson, Mississippi and Seattle, Washington. Okay? It helps to identify who's going to experience homelessness in a given city. It doesn't help us understand why Seattle has 5 times the homelessness of Chicago. Okay? So none of these individual attributes or traits or conditions helps us understand the question that we pose in the book. So we got to keep looking. So now we go to what I call the cocktail party part of the conversation. Okay? As someone who studies homelessness, I cannot go to a party with everyone telling me about their explanations for homelessness. It's become almost comical. Okay? You know, Greg, it's warm in LA and it's cold in Chicago. That's why they have lots of homelessness. Okay? And I'll say, well, that's interesting. How about Boston? Boston's pretty cold in January and they got a ton of homelessness. Well, and Seattle's 39 and rainy in January. You want to be homeless in that? Okay. So when you plot rates of homelessness and January weather, which is when we count homelessness in the United States, what you see is there's almost no relationship. Is LA warmer than Chicago? Of course. But there are other warm locations that have far lower rates of homelessness. Miami, places in Arizona and Texas. Okay, and they're much more mild in January. And we got cold places like New York and Boston that have tons of homelessness. Okay? So it's a convenient excuse. We'd love to blame Mother Nature for this, but we can't. This is not Mother Nature's fault. We got to keep looking. Greg, if we weren't so generous, all these people would stop moving here to experience homelessness. Okay? I've heard this argument in almost every place that I've visited. It's known as the welfare magnet argument. Okay? And not being a physicist, I don't know magnets that well, but I don't think this is how they work. Every place can't be the recipient. Okay? I first heard this in Minneapolis. People were blaming people from Chicago for the homelessness in Minneapolis. I got to Seattle, my first meeting, they said, well, you know, we're a magnet for homelessness. I said, well, that's what Minneapolis said. Where are your people coming from? California. I said, okay. Go to California. We're a magnet for homelessness. I said, you can't be. You're sending your people to Seattle. Okay. Where are your people coming from? Texas. Okay. This is prevalent. I'm sure you've heard this in your community. One way to test this is looking at welfare expenditure state by state. So in 1996, President Bill Clinton passed welfare reform. One of the attributes of welfare reform was creating TANF, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. And one of the key elements of TANF was giving states lots of latitude to determine generosity. So now under TANF, we have stingy states and we have generous states. That is a benefit or detriment, depending on how you look at it, of the TANF program. Okay? So we can see, are people congregating in places with really generous benefits? And the answer is no. Does that mean that benefits are bad? No, it doesn't. What it means is people are not sitting around going, look at the TANF benefits in Iowa. I think I'm going to move. I've got no resources right now, but I think I'm going to move to Iowa. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It doesn't stop people from making this argument over and over and over again. Margot Kuschel, my friend who's at the University of California, San Francisco, published the best study of homelessness in California. And what did she find? 90% of the people experiencing homelessness in California are from California. Okay? Is there an anecdote to the contrary? Yes, there always is, but we shouldn't legislate based on anecdote. Okay? Social science has demonstrated over and over and over again that mobility among low-income households is actually pretty high locally because their renters and leases are 1 year and we see a lot of cycling in the housing market among low-income folks. They don't move state to state. Why? Moving is hard. We moved a family of 4 from Minneapolis to Seattle in 2017, 2 middle school kids, and it sucked. And we had every advantage under the sun. We had resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But we were leaving home. We had people who loved and cared for us there, moving to a new place, new job, new schools, new friends, the whole 9 yards. With every advantage under the sun. Now imagine doing that with nothing. Okay? This idea that, and people say this to me in Seattle all the time, why don't they just leave? And go where? This is their home. Okay? This is where their mom or dad lives who can take care of their kids. Are they going to move to Topeka, Kansas? No. Okay? We can't blame this mobility argument. Politics. Democrats run Seattle, San Francisco, and LA. True. Seattle, San Francisco, and LA have lots of homelessness. Therefore, okay, we've heard this argument over and over and over again. Democrats are not blameless in this, and we're going to talk about this from a housing perspective. But the simple analysis of permissive left-leaning politics doesn't hold up because Democrats run cities in the United States. They also run Cleveland and Detroit and St. Louis and Baltimore and Philly and have not produced massive populations of people experiencing homelessness. So again, these narratives are convenient, but they don't hold up when you look at this a little bit more critically. All right, so here we go. This is the money slide. Where rents are high, homelessness is high. Okay? No Nobel Prizes coming for this, I promise. Okay? A 10th grader could do this math. Okay? But it's a pretty powerful explanation, and it's way more convincing than anything else we look at in the book. A related variable is rental market vacancy rates. When rental market vacancy rates get below 5%, which is an unhealthy market, homelessness tends to be high. And if people get irritated with me, I'll say, well, give me a counterexample. If you don't believe this, show me a place in the United States with really high rents and low vacancies that doesn't have a problem with homelessness. And then I get this, kind of looking at the ceiling, and I'm like, I'll save you the time. There isn't one. There isn't one. So is it a perfect predictor? No, I wouldn't suggest that. But if you really believe that this is a drug problem and it's not this, then we need to go back to elementary statistics. Okay? This really, really matters. The housing market conditions really, really matter. Okay, so if rents and vacancies matter, we should want to understand what's going on around rents and vacancies throughout the United States. Why do some places have crazy housing markets and other places don't? So there's a topic here that's really important. When I first started thinking about this, I was so focused on the demand side. I was thinking about population growth and saying, of course, Seattle boomed, and therefore we now have a housing and homelessness crisis. That's a very tidy, neat explanation. But I realized that there were other places in the country that were also growing fast that were not having the same issue. What's going on? The difference was the supply response. Okay? And I know the last thing you wanted to see was Greek letters on a Saturday morning. But this is the only Greek letters in this thing. But there's a notion in economics called elasticity that's really important. And what elasticity does is it measures the supply response when the price of a good changes. Meaning, when the price of housing changes, how much housing is built. If you build a lot of housing in response to that price change, you would have an elastic market. If you don't build much housing, it would be inelastic. Okay? That's what that fraction is doing for us. And we know from urban economists that the two main drivers of elasticity are topography. If you have mountains and water, it's harder to build more housing. That will limit your elasticity. And then the regulatory environment. How easy is it to build housing? Or in some cases, how difficult is it to build housing? So if you want an example of an inelastic housing market, you need to look at San Francisco, California. Very challenging topography, beautiful topography, and incredibly challenging regulatory environment. Couple of years to get a permit to build housing. People are dying in the streets. Okay? There has to be a reasonable middle ground between appropriate regulation and getting housing built when in a city that needs it more than any other city in the United States. Okay? So when we plot a bunch of cities, and I apologize to those of you in the back because this is going to be hard to see, but the bottom axis here is change in population. Think about that as demand for housing. More people, more demand for housing. The vertical axis is housing supply elasticity. The higher the number, the more housing you build. Okay? So what's interesting to me is the upper right-hand quadrant, which is the Sun Belt, which are communities during the decade of the 2010s that grew just as fast as Boston and Seattle, but didn't have the same experiences with a housing crisis. Why? They built a bunch of housing. They have more elastic housing markets. And the numbers in parentheses are the rental market vacancy rates. Much, much higher than what you see on the coast. The bottom right quadrant in which my city is located is the perfect storm for a housing and homelessness crisis, which is a whole bunch of people move there and you don't build housing. What happens? Vacancies go down, rents go up, and that exacts a huge cost on the entire community and especially people who are vulnerable. And then you end up with a homelessness crisis. So what I say is this is a totally tragic circumstance that was 100% predictable. Especially for Seattle, because we watched San Francisco go through it 15 years ahead of us. We watched them boom and patted ourselves on the back and said, well, at least we're not San Francisco. And now we are. And then Jeff Bezos came to town and blew up Seattle with Amazon. And now we are. And it's very late. So my hope and prayer for your community is that you don't follow this trajectory. As you boom and prosper, which your community does, there's a lot of good stuff going on here, we have to make sure that we're accommodating not only new residents, but importantly incumbent residents who've called this place home. That's what's happened in Seattle. The new folks all found housing. They're the Usain Bolts. It's the incumbent residents who've been pushed out of their neighborhoods or pushed out even out of the city of Seattle. So our data ended in 2019. What's happened since? We had a global pandemic, you may have remembered, messed up a lot of our data. It's still, the census data is still a little funky around some of the housing stuff. But what have we learned since then? I joke that it's good news and bad news. It's good news if you wrote the book. It's bad news if you care about society. Okay? The logic holds, and unfortunately the logic is holding in more cities. Places like Phoenix and Austin and Sacramento and Atlanta and Denver are starting to see huge tightening of their housing markets and associated problems with homelessness. And unfortunately, the big 6 coastal cities are still a problem. How do we respond? We can build housing, we can provide services, or we can put people in jail. And the Supreme Court just had a ruling on this. Right? This is a huge, huge issue right now in many jurisdictions all throughout the United States. Oklahoma, there was a legislator there who was proposing a criminalization bill. This journalist, who I haven't met, apparently asked him, do you think homelessness is a housing problem? Representative Weaver said, do I feel like homelessness is a housing problem? It could be. I mean, it could be if they don't have any place to live. Okay. All right, so what's going on here? You have had relatively constant rates of homelessness in Wake County over the last decade, but there has been a shift in the composition of that, especially post-COVID, given shelter capacity. And others here will be able to speak to that better than I can. Your rents are going up. Your rents are going up, and I know you all know that. You have some funky vacancy numbers, which I think are partly a result of weirdness associated with COVID, but you did have a lot of housing that came online. And it has softened, at least in the press reports that I've been reading, softened the market a little bit. The story is that supply matters. Supply does help. And so is building market rate housing the sole solution to all of our problems? No, but it's going to be really hard to fix all of this without doing that. So I have the luxury of being accused of being a shill for corporate interest and a socialist in the same talk. Okay? I firmly believe that we need private developers to build, and we need government to create an environment that allows them to do so, and we need to acknowledge the fact, and this is just math, that there are going to be some people who won't be able to afford that housing. And therefore we need to then think about what is our response for those folks. Is it subsidizing housing? Is it providing rental assistance, or whatever the case may be? If the answer is tough, which has frankly been what our nation's policy has been for the last 50 years, you end up with what we see on the streets right now. My hope is that we'll do something different than that. Greg, we spent X billion dollars, the problem's gotten worse, let's stop spending that money. I take issue with that line of argument for 2 reasons. One is, many times that investment is inappropriate or inadequate to the scale of the crisis. When LA passed HHH, $1.2 billion for homelessness, I was giving a talk at UCLA, and they were complaining that it didn't end homelessness. I said, well, you have a $50 billion problem. You spent $1 billion and you're upset that it didn't end? Okay. HHH is great, and I support it, and it saved lives and did a lot of good things, but it was insufficient to the scale of the problem. The other thing that we need to think about is most of the dollars we spend in homelessness, and some of these people are probably in the room, and it's life-saving work, is in the crisis response. And we should have a crisis response. I think we have a moral and ethical obligation to have a crisis response. But if we're upset that that doesn't end homelessness, we don't understand what crisis response is. We don't blame the emergency room for people continuing to break arms. The emergency room is there to care for people when you break your arm. The crisis response system is there to care for people when they've lost their housing. It's not doing anything to interrupt the flow of people into homelessness. We have to prioritize capital investments into housing such that we are not so dependent on our crisis response system. It would be lovely if we could work everyone out of a job who's in the crisis response system right now. And the people who are doing that work would nod their heads and say, yes, it would be fantastic if we weren't needed. They will be needed for a long time, and so we need to continue to fund that. But if that's our sole response as a society, we will never end homelessness. We will just continue to increase the size of that crisis response system, which is a source of frustration. New York shelters 95% of its people experiencing homelessness and spends billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars doing that. And they end up warehousing people in shelter for their entire lives in some cases. Okay? There is a better way. Who should do this? Public, private? I say all the above. Okay? We need private developers to build. We need governments to make it easier to do that. We need to think about land use and ensure that we can create more density in places that need more density. Okay? And that's a difficult conversation to have. And we also need to acknowledge, and it's not socialism, is that there will be some people who will need subsidy. And that's okay. It's just math. So my parting shot here is, my hope with this book was to not minimize Joe on the street, but it's to acknowledge the fact that if we solely focus on Joe the individual, it absolves us of some collective responsibility. If I walk by Joe, and I do every day living in Seattle, there's not a day that I don't confront homelessness in Seattle. If I walk by Joe and say, boy, I feel bad for Joe, but Joe made some poor decisions in his life, it absolves me of responsibility. If instead I see Joe as the consequence of structure in institutions that I, Greg Colburn, have contributed to, it then forces me to look in the mirror at the end of the day and say, well, can I really just blame Joe for this? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? The challenge with structural problems is they're difficult, and they take time and resources and political will to fix them. It's much easier to just blame Joe. Okay? People will say, Greg, I'm not convinced that housing is going to help Joe. He's a mess. People have told me that in those exact words. They're hard words to hear. And I'll say the reason why I'm confident that it will work is because we've done it. The United States a decade ago, leaders of both political parties said we don't want veterans returning from Iraq and Afghanistan to experience homelessness, like the Vietnam generation did. Disproportionate rates of veteran homelessness. So what do? We provided resources through HUD and through the VA system and provided housing. For some people, it was just a voucher. That's all they needed. Other people had severe behavioral health disorders, and they needed housing and supportive services, and they might for their entire lives. And what do we do with those resources? We cut homelessness by 50% in that population. So the idea that these things don't work is patently false. What we've not done is scaled them and applied that logic to a broader population of people. Okay? That's a political decision that we as a nation have made, and we're living with the consequences. And Joe is the primary, he's the one who's lived with this most, far more than I have. Okay? So the solutions exist. We know the solutions work. The question is, do we have the resources and political will to do it? And my hope for your community and for the nation is that we will prioritize that. Thanks so much. I look forward to your questions, and thanks for being here today.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you, Greg. That was an incredibly compelling presentation, and we're so excited to have you here to share your expertise with us. So we do have some time for Q&A before we move on to our next session. Folks, you'll notice at your table that you've got a piece of paper with a QR code where you can scan it with your phone and submit questions via a Google form. So please take advantage of that throughout the rest of the day. We'll collect all of these questions and publish a comprehensive response after the event, but we'll also be pulling out a few questions after some of our guest speakers, time permitting. So Greg, for you, the first question we have is, what do you see as the most critical policy changes that are needed at either the local or federal level to address the root cause of homelessness?
Good question. So I would say when I'm asked this question, especially when I'm speaking to local elected leaders, is we need to be clear that the federal government has not done you any favors. The federal government, actually it was my birth year, 1972, President Nixon put a moratorium on public housing development. And since that time, we've basically had an erosion of federal support around low-income housing policy. Okay. So right now, 1 in 4 people who are eligible for housing support from the federal government receive it. Okay? Contrast that to food support, the SNAP program. If you're eligible, you get it. So food support is an entitlement, housing support is a lottery, 1 in 4. So the implication of that is we now have 3 out of 4 people who are very poor who are now going to the state of North Carolina or Wake County or the city of Raleigh saying, I need help. And the problem with that is housing's expensive. So those of you who are running state and local budgets, you know that housing support is a big, big line item. And so the easiest fix for this is for Washington, D.C. to get their act together. Okay? And it would have been nice to do this a long time ago, but better late than never. And so an expansion of the voucher program would be huge. I would actually support greater public investment in housing. I think that's politically more challenging. I think vouchers is easier. There's a lot of discussion around expansion of voucher capacity. What would be great about expanding voucher capacity was to then give purchasing power to allow people to build housing in local areas and say, well, now I can slot vouchers in here and I can get market rents. That becomes very attractive then to developers. And then you as local elected leaders can say, let's then create the conditions that allow for people to build and then get people with purchasing power into that housing. That's kind of the dream scenario. Now the problem is, DC might not get their act together, in which case what does that then mean? You can't be the governor or the county commissioner or the mayor and say, I'm going to blame the federal government for these problems. That's not, I mean, it doesn't work. And so you have an obligation to figure out what we can do. So are there resources that you can garner from state and local government to create rental support programs? Of course. Do you have the power to change the regulatory framework around the construction of housing? Absolutely. Can you deal with land use that has been exclusionary for the last 50 or 100 years? Absolutely. And so there are things that you can do, but it's a high degree of difficulty without support from the federal government. And so I spent a lot of time talking to governors and things because, frankly, that's where we have to act if we're not going to get the support, is states are going to have to really get involved here and create, states have tax credit programs, some states have rental assistance programs that mimic the voucher program, so all of that is valuable. Will it end it? I've gotten to the point where ending is a long-term goal. Whatever you can do to move the ball forward is productive and better today than tomorrow. Would be my opinion.
Thank you. Next, we have a question about what are the most impactful areas that local communities can invest in to end homelessness? And do you have an example of a place where things are being done right? Is there a city with a blueprint?
Yeah, so there are pockets of success stories, and the success stories are attributed to different things in different places. So Houston gets a lot of attention. They did a lot of good work. They got money from the federal government after, was it Katrina? Was it Katrina? I think it was Katrina. And they used that federal money and said, let's extend Housing First in Houston. And one of the advantages they had is they had a lot of housing and a lot of vacancies. And so they used that federal money, they got people into housing, and they reduced homelessness dramatically. That playbook doesn't work in Seattle. We just don't have, we don't have hurricane money, and we don't have any vacancies. So we can't just replicate Houston in Seattle, and I think the research triangle is probably in the middle there, right? You're not quite as severe as Seattle, but you also don't have the luxury of 8 or 9% vacancies like Houston. There are other places that have tighter markets. Denver, for example. I actually think Mayor Johnston in Denver has done some really good things. His team made a clear connection between what I call, I'm a sports fan, putting points on the scoreboard. They want to put points on the scoreboard such that the next time they come and ask for something, they can point to success. They had a House 1000 initiative, which was, let's get 2/3 of the people living on the street in Denver into some temporary accommodation. It's not the end of the game's not over. They still have to get people into permanent housing, but at least they could demonstrate and said, you entrusted us with these resources, and what happened? We got people off the streets. And now if you walk around Denver, you're going to see a difference. That, to me, is good policy making. Now, they got to figure out how to get people into permanent housing, which is not easy, but at least they did that. I think Mayor Bass in Los Angeles has an incredibly difficult job, but I give Mayor Bass a ton of credit. I think she's done some really, really good things around permitting and approval of housing and resources for housing for people experiencing homelessness. Massive, massive problem, and so it feels a little bit like spitting into the ocean, but I do think it's a model for policy making. And so we have pockets of success throughout the United States that should be celebrated, but we don't have the example that we'd love to have, which is a coastal city that got rid of this. We're not there, unfortunately.
Thank you. Do you have any data on whether inclusionary zoning in communities has had any impact meaningfully on increasing housing supply and helping to end homelessness?
That is a really good question. I was actually just talking to a colleague from UCLA about inclusionary zoning. This and rent control are probably the two most controversial policy topics in housing. Can someone pull the fire alarm, please? No, I'm joking. I will say I have not made up my mind on inclusionary zoning. To be perfectly honest, I've gone back and forth. I think generally speaking, I've been supportive because it does create more housing, but there is some data that suggests that it is problematic in terms of supply. And so I would say that, is it a tool in the toolkit? Yes. Should it be your only solution? I would probably argue no. And I'm deeply concerned about the supply impacts of some of these policies. And so I'm going to tiptoe and dance around this one big time. Just because that's kind of where the evidence is, unfortunately. It's not a slam dunk.
Well, to follow that up with the second most controversial topic in housing, North Carolina, rent control is not legal here, but we've had several questions that have come through in the past few minutes asking about its effect in communities that do allow rent control. Do you have any insight into that?
Yeah. So my take on rent control is, the classical economic argument would be that rent control is bad. And so when I speak to developer groups, and I've spoken to the National Apartment Association, which is basically the landlord lobbying group, it's actually pretty funny. The meeting was in Chicago, and it was in a big ballroom, and I was just quietly eating my breakfast. And this woman said, "Are you our speaker?" And I said, "Yeah, I am." And she said, "Are you going to talk about rent control?" And I was like, "Can I finish my melon, please?" So what I say to groups like that is, there's a difference between whether empirically it makes sense and whether it's a logical policy response. So I say, as an organization, if you are going to oppose all subsidies and efforts to create affordable housing, you should not be surprised if tenants groups are going to argue for rent control. And if you don't want rent control, then there's a whole bunch of other things that you can advocate for. But if you're saying no to both of them, then we have a problem. Okay? And so I see rent control as a logical response to inactivity or inaction in terms of creating affordable housing for people. And therefore, if we continue to make sure that people can't afford rents, we're going to see more calls for rent control. I guarantee it. And I hope that's not the direction that we go. Because I think it's really, really hard to tame the market for extended periods of time without having a supply response. And we need that housing desperately. But I also say to people who are struggling to pay their rent, I totally understand why you're calling for it. I totally understand. And so my hope would be that we would move upstream, create some housing such that we're not trying to tame rents in Seattle with 3% vacancies, where with more people moving there, what's going to happen is going to keep pushing those prices up. And then you're using rent control and trying to keep them down, and then developers are like, we're out of here, we're not going to build any more housing. And then we end up in this kind of vicious cycle. It's really, really difficult. A+ for the questions. You got right to the zingers, which is good.
Yeah, we got some smart folks here in Raleigh.
Yep.
So you spoke a little bit about the kind of policy areas that cities are doing things right. What about private investment? Can you speak to some of the places where the private sector is playing an important role in ending homelessness? Yeah, probably the biggest example of that is my city. So Amazon and Microsoft have committed $2.5 billion-ish for housing, which is a huge, huge investment. And I've had meetings with both corporations. What's important is this is corporate money, it's not philanthropic money. They both have philanthropic arms, but this is coming from the corporation. Why that's important is the board of directors of Microsoft and Amazon said, this is in our corporate interest to do this, which is really, really stunning because they sell things online and make software. They're not housing people. And so why did they do that? One, I think because they realize that they have contributed to this crisis in our region. And second, they don't have anyone who can clean up at the end of the day or serve coffee and live anywhere near, to be perfectly honest. They need a labor force, and that labor force cannot afford to live anywhere near the Microsoft or Amazon campus. Okay? So to a certain extent, it's self-serving, but it's also good. And so when I met with them,
I said, thank you so much for this money. We desperately need this. And I also said, I don't think you're the right people to be doing this. And I would trade that $2.5 billion for your two CEOs standing up saying, we need the state of Washington, the city of Seattle, and King County to invest in affordable housing. Because we could get multiples and multiples of that $2.5 billion. And your CEOs would have a huge impact on our community's ability to do that. They didn't do that. So I said, thank you for the $2.5 billion. And it was great. It was great. I'm on the board of Bellwether Housing, which is the biggest affordable housing developer in Seattle. We got basically 1% or 0% money from Amazon in a tax credit development, and it made a huge difference. It made that math work much, much better. And so in the absence of public action, we'll probably see some benevolent or well-intentioned corporations enter the space. Is that my preferred outcome? Probably not. Why? Because markets do this. If the stock price is down, is Amazon going to invest $2 billion? No, they aren't. The board won't let them do that. And so, the public sector has the stability and the revenue generating potential to continue to fund things through mini cycles. Corporations don't, which is why I'm not a huge fan of corporate welfare. They're really good at creating software and selling things online. That's what you should do. That's what your investors want you to do. Your investors don't want you to fix the housing crisis in Seattle. It's not what that's not why you're here. So that's a difficult conversation because I'd much rather have the money than not have the money, but it wouldn't be my first choice. And so that conversation is happening all over the place. Philanthropic organizations, corporations, hospital systems. I appreciate the engagement and the money, absolutely. But those groups can also then push for greater public funding too.
Thank you. So kind of a follow-up to that, you mentioned, folks being able to live near where they work. Do you have any insights on policy tools that help to specifically increase the stock of housing and affordable housing near where people work, near employment centers?
Well, I think this gets to land use and transportation for the planners in the room. I think those are two critically important elements here. Seattle's zoned 75% single family. So if we want people to be able to work at Amazon in Seattle, well, we have 25% of the parcels available for you. And they're really expensive. And so land use is a big part of that. Is a really big part of that. And I think the other thing is really thinking about the asset that transit is. And our community has really fallen down on this. We're finally investing in transit. We need to make sure that we have really dense housing around these transit hubs such that people can then get to work. And I actually spoke to someone who's from Everett. Everett is where Boeing planes have been built for a long time. Up north, we're going to have a train that goes all the way to Everett, which is great. And so if you work at Amazon, you need to be there 2 or 3 days a week. You could live in Everett and take the train down to Seattle, and that would be huge because that housing in Everett will be cheaper than it is in Seattle. So it's a complicated question, but yeah, there's a lot of things we can do, but ultimately we need to create the infrastructure to allow that to happen. And then we think about what are the policy tools in terms of creating affordability or workforce housing or 80% AMI type housing. You all know there are things that exist to do that, but we have to have the capacity to do it in the first place.
Thank you. I think we've got time for one more question. Let's see. How about, could you discuss in a little more detail perhaps the role of regulatory reform when it comes to the development review process and entitlement process? So Raleigh recently passed a missing middle text change in an effort to address this and to allow more missing middle typology of housing. Have you seen any impacts in other communities of kind of similar zoning changes being passed?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a ton going on, and it frankly happens so quickly that I'm not, it's hard to keep up with all that's going on. I would say I have more examples of bad examples, I guess, of where it hasn't been done well, and then it's been a huge impediment. And so I think the momentum around these topics is really good. We've kind of gone back and forth in Washington. We have one successful legislative session, and then a bad one, and then we have a good one and a bad one, and so. It's slow progress, unfortunately. I think it's pretty clear among people of a variety of different political persuasions that in some places we have just not created an environment that allows for housing to be built, and San Francisco being a prime example there. And so it's my hope is that we can go into those conversations and kind of leave ideology at the doorstep and just say, what do we collectively need? We need a lot more housing. And so we have to have a regulatory framework that will allow for that. And we also need to think about folks who can't afford that housing that's being built by private market actors. And that's okay. That's all kind of ideology neutral discussions. And I've certainly seen, I've gone to a lot of places like Bend, Oregon, and sat with the city council and we talked about these things. And there were Republicans and Democrats at those meetings. They're all kind of coming to some agreement, which is encouraging to me because I feel like 5-10 years ago there wasn't. There was just this kind of chasm. And I think the problem is bringing people together, which is encouraging to me.
Thank you so much, Greg. Let's have one more round of applause.
Let's give it one more time for Greg. That was truly some extraordinary information. So next up, we're going to talk about the state of housing here in Raleigh. And we have two of our directors that truly labor for you. As we are sleeping, they're up trying to figure out how do we make Raleigh bigger and better, and how do we tackle our affordable housing issues. So next up, let's give it up for Emma Sutton, the Housing and Neighborhood Director, and Pat Young, who is our Planning Development Director as well. All right?
Thank you, Grady. It's so great to be here. I have to say that it's incredibly energizing to be in a room full of people that care about this issue, especially they're willing to come out on a Saturday morning with us and talk at length about it. It's such a privilege to be here and to be in this room with you all. Welcome to this next portion of the summit. As Grady mentioned, my name is Emma Sutton and I serve as the city's Housing and Neighborhoods Director. Our department improves the quality of life for Raleigh's residents by creating and preserving affordable housing, supporting neighborhoods, and funding local community organizations. The department also helps improve and maintain the quality of life for Raleigh citizens by enforcing city housing codes. I'm just going to take a moment and kind of ground the room a little bit and talk about a personal experience and why this work is so important to me, and why housing is so important in all of our lives. Both of my parents experienced a great deal of housing instability growing up. My father in particular, he was raised in foster care. So he really never had that kind of housing stability that I was able to have because of his work and because of what he was able to do. So as soon as he was of age, he was working in a construction unit and he was in DC, and he was going to join the military because he knew that's where stability was going to come from for him. And there was a rumor in the construction site where he was working where the Air Force had the best housing out of all the military branches. Excuse me. And so he said, that's what I'm going to do. And it was right before the Vietnam War, and he knew he was going to serve over there. And he said, I'm going into the Air Force. And to this day, he's one of the biggest recruiters for the Air Force. Just based on their housing alone, he will tell you quality of Air Force housing is the best. So he went into the Air Force, he served in Vietnam, and because of that, he was able to purchase his first home for our family and go to college and get his degree in special education, both on the GI Bill. And I think it's important to note here, too, that one of the reasons why he was able to take advantage of the GI Bill is because he was white. Right? Not everyone was able to take advantage of the GI Bill in the way that he was. He often told us that too. He often said, people that I fought alongside are not able to live in the neighborhood we live in, are not able to go to the college that I went to. So because of that, he was able to be a lifelong educator in public school system. We lived in that house my entire life. That small 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom brick home with no central AC is in fact still used by my sister to raise her family to this day. That house was the reason why I had the stability and security that I needed to be able to develop and progress as a human and as a child, as an adult. So it really is the platform that undergirds all of us, right? Housing is so critically important to all of us. So with that, I'm going to start to talk about a little bit about the state of housing. And Pat Young and I, the Director of Planning Development, are going to go back and forth and ping pong a little bit to talk about state of housing and affordability in the city of Raleigh. So I'm going to spend a little time talking about the difference between affordability and affordable housing, as well as the state of housing, as I mentioned. And we're going to start off by watching this short video here on Affordable Housing 101.
Affordable housing is a key priority for the city of Raleigh. But what does it mean? Housing is affordable when a household spends no more than 30% of their income for housing costs, like rent, mortgage, and utilities. If you lined up every household in the Raleigh area in order from least to most income, the area median income, or AMI, is the amount in the middle. Area median income is used to determine eligibility for affordable housing programs. Affordable housing programs are targeted to households earning below 80% of the area median income, with some programs intended for lower area median income levels. We can think of the affordable housing landscape as a continuum that shows the range of affordable housing options available to residents. Affordable housing can be unsubsidized, meaning that it is naturally occurring in the market. This is often referred to as naturally occurring affordable housing, or NOAH. Or affordable housing can be subsidized, meaning that it is funded in part by public or private nonprofit dollars. Community organizations, state and federal agencies, and local city and county governments all have a piece of the puzzle for creating enough housing options for the community. The City of Raleigh's piece of the puzzle includes supporting the development of affordable rental units, helping households with low incomes purchase their first homes, funding home repairs for long-term homeowners, and assisting persons experiencing or at risk of homelessness. We fund affordable housing programs through the $80 million Affordable Housing Bond passed in 2020, the city's general fund, by leveraging federal dollars, and more. Programs like the Housing Choice Voucher and Low-Income Housing Tax Credit are widely used to create affordable rental units. Subsidizing affordable units is no easy task. As of 2023, the average total subsidy amount needed to create one affordable rental unit in Raleigh is $159,000. The city contributes millions of dollars per year to support the creation of these affordable units. To learn more about what affordable housing looks like in our community and programs available to Raleigh residents, visit raleighnc.gov/housing.
Okay, so we're going to expound a little bit on some of the themes that were introduced in that short video. So as we all know, we have a housing affordability and homelessness crisis, both nationally and in Raleigh. And a city's affordability is influenced by 4 factors, and they are: 1, housing demand, which is the level of interest and need for housing within the city that influences its affordability. As demand increases, pressure on the housing market intensifies, which often leads to higher prices. The second is housing supply. The availability of housing units is critical in shaping affordability. Limited supply can exacerbate the cost of living, while an increase in housing stock can help alleviate some of that pressure. The third is development costs. The expenses associated with constructing and maintaining housing, such as materials, labor, and other overheads, impacts the final cost of residential properties. Higher development costs can lead to elevated housing prices. And the fourth is household income. The income levels of residents play a crucial role in determining affordability. Variations in household income affect the capacity of individuals to purchase or rent housing, thus influencing overall market affordability. And these factors interrelate to influence the economic landscape of housing within the city and collectively shape its affordability. Raleigh has seen significant shifts in these factors that have reduced our city's affordability and contributed to a growing homelessness crisis. And there's no single solution to this complex issue. Rather, a multitude of actions and participants will be required. So to repeat Greg Colburn's points, which again, just can't thank Greg enough for being here. At its root, homelessness is a housing problem. And this may sound obvious in a way, but in practice, many of the strategies to address homelessness are in fact not evidence-based and overly focused on social services, rather than the thing that actually ends homelessness, which is housing. As Greg Colbert noted, also Seattle and Portland do not have higher rates of homelessness because they have higher rates of substance use or mental illness than the rest of the country, but because in those cities, housing supply is lower and housing costs are higher. So where housing markets are more elastic, meaning they have fewer regulatory barriers and are able to respond more quickly to the growing need, homelessness rates are lower. And because homelessness is about affordability, the solution to ending homelessness is to increase incomes and or lower their housing costs. And I truly think we're at an inflection point with this issue in Raleigh. What we do now can really send us on one path or another. Either the path to ending homelessness with evidence-based and data-driven practice, or just simply managing homelessness with expensive management infrastructure. Large cities with rapid growth in incomes and high-income jobs, as noted, and equally rapid growth in homelessness, such as cities we discussed like Seattle, LA, Portland, they're a sign of what's to come if we don't invest in additional resources and establish a highly coordinated system to respond and truly end homelessness. And while homelessness impacts people of all ages, races, ethnicities, gender identities, and sexual orientation, it disproportionately impacts some groups and populations. And compared to the portion of U.S. population they make up, people of color, for instance, are overrepresented in the population experiencing homelessness. And ultimately, addressing homelessness requires tackling the systemic racial and economic inequalities that underlie housing instability. So there's a need for coordinated action, as I said, and fully integrated model that involves everyone affected by the issue. So we really think that both private and public involvement and resources are needed here. Doing nothing actually costs more and the community, costs people more and the community more than doing something and addressing this issue. And it's not a mystery how we end homelessness. We know exactly what works. We know how to do it. We even know how much it costs. The annual cost to taxpayers for one person experiencing chronic homelessness is far greater than the cost of ending someone's homelessness. National research from 2017 shows that on average, chronic homelessness costs the public sector around $36,000 per person per year, and that's from 2017, so imagine how much higher that figure is today. More recent examples from Houston show the cost to be as high as $96,000 per year per person experiencing homelessness. And this takes into consideration the high cost of emergency room visits, public safety costs, EMS, jail stays, and other public costs. Providing financial assistance to end someone's homelessness is cheaper than allowing them to remain homeless. Approximately $24,000 per household per year is all it takes to subsidize one family's housing and end their homelessness. Again, the most effective way to reduce public costs associated with homelessness is by moving people into housing and providing follow-along supports and services. One last note, too, is that clearing camps is not a viable solution. It merely displaces individuals, erodes trust in local government, and wastes resources without addressing the root problem. The city's Parks Department estimated they spent around $200,000 last year on clearing parks. The North Carolina Department of Transportation estimated about that same amount, paying for clearing camps in the city of Raleigh. None of that money going towards actual solutions to homelessness. So addressing housing and homelessness requires action on three fronts. Housing affordability means measuring housing costs relative to household incomes across a city's entire housing supply. Affordable housing refers to specific housing whose rents are legally restricted to be affordable to lower income households. And in the last 10 years, incomes and housing costs have grown unevenly, as we know. Some households are able to keep up, while others are not. In cities where incomes are rapidly increasing, again, homelessness is also increasing. And it is the gap between income growth and the lower end compared to housing cost inflation that spurs this rise in homelessness. So a little more on affordable as a definition. So the generally accepted benchmark for housing affordability is when a household spends no more than 30% of their income on housing costs like rent and utilities. And as I mentioned on the previous slide, growth in household incomes and cost of living are not in sync. So inflation in housing, food, and other expenditures is outpacing wage growth, leaving an increasing number of households with a housing cost burden. And due to centuries of systemic racism, housing cost burden is disproportionately shouldered by people of color. Approximately 38% of black households and 32% of Hispanic households are cost burdened compared to just 21% of white households. I'll also note that transportation typically takes up about 20% of household expenditures. So communities with more density and greater transit connectivity create lower transportation costs for families, which frees up more income to put towards other living expenses like rent. So to talk a little bit about affordable housing, it is subsidized. So the definition of affordable housing is subsidized housing that serves specific income levels. This is where rents are capped and relative to the area median income, which was referred to in the video and on this slide. Overall, 48% of renters in Raleigh are housing cost burden, meaning they spend more than 30% of their income on housing. And eligibility for most affordable housing programs is determined by this area median income, or AMI. And like as was stated in the video and shown there, if you lined up every household in the Raleigh area in order from least to most income, AMI is just in the middle. Affordable housing programs are targeted to households earning about 80% of AMI, with some programs intended for lower AMI levels. Income limits for these programs are updated each year. And Pat will talk more in depth about AMI later in his presentation, but you can see here just how high area median income has risen. 80% of AMI for a 4-person household is almost at $98,000. And for a 2-person household, 80% of AMI is just over $78,000. So the majority of people earning 80% of the area median income and below are not living in affordable housing units. For every 3 families that would qualify for income-restricted affordable housing, there's only 1 unit available on the market. So to talk a little bit about fair market rent is a HUD term that describes rents in the 40th percentile in a given market. So in other words, if the average rent in a city is in the 50th percentile, fair market rent is just below that. And in the Raleigh metro area, fair market rent for a 2-bedroom apartment is currently about $1,650 per month. And this is incredibly high compared to the national average. It's more expensive than fair market rent in 96% of other markets. It has also grown rapidly in recent years. The 2024 fair market rent is about 17% higher year over year from 2023. I'm now going to turn it over to Pat Young to talk about the state of affordability and homelessness in the city of Raleigh. Thanks, Pat.
Thank you, Emila, and good morning. Pat Young, Director of Planning and Development. Like Emila, this issue is very personal to me. Imagine a young Pat Young in my late 20s living in Boston, Massachusetts, and realizing I would never be able to own anything. It's one of the most expensive cities in the country. So I moved to Raleigh for a job. I found an incredible community. I met a girl. We have 2 kids. And right after this presentation, I'm taking my daughter to college. So it's personal, right? Housing is personal. Without the opportunity, thank you. So without the opportunity to find affordable housing, it's impossible to make a community a home. Our department, Planning and Development, works with the council and with the community to develop long-range vision plans. One of those long-range goals that we have and have had for a long time is that Raleigh is accessible and affordable to all. And that's something that our manager's office and our council talks about a lot, and we support Emila's team in doing that. So I'm going to provide a little bit of Raleigh-specific context and kind of do a deeper dive on a lot of the structural foundations of our affordability crisis and our homelessness crisis that Greg talked about and that Emma talked about. Oops. There we go. Sorry about that. Operator error. As you heard from Emma, the relative affordability of any city or region is based on 4 factors. They're shown on the top of this slide: demand, supply, development costs, and household income. And since 2017 to 2022, the most recent year for which data is available, the median gross rent in Raleigh has gone up approximately 37% due to all 4 of these factors, and we'll discuss each of those in turn. You heard a little bit from Greg and Emma, but I'm going to go into some of the Raleigh specifics here. The acceleration in rental costs and housing prices that I'll talk more about here is primarily due to increased demand to live in Raleigh. It's the biggest factor in our housing crisis and our homelessness challenge. Raleigh's rising demand for housing is driven by 2 closely related factors. The first is population growth. Raleigh is the second fastest growing metro region in the country for the past 10 years, second only to Austin, Texas. Since just 2010, we've grown by over 70,000 people here in Raleigh, and our metro region, which includes Wake, Johnston, and Franklin County, has grown by over 350,000 people. So this growth, as you heard from Greg, means that more people are competing for what has been an inadequately growing housing supply, and that alone drives prices up. A second key factor is that much of our population growth is residents from outside of our region, and they are often from more expensive parts of the country. They're relocating for higher paying jobs and a lower cost of living. As high as the cost of living here is in Raleigh, it's much higher in many of the jurisdictions you heard Greg talk about in his presentation. Raleigh has almost twice the national average of jobs over $100,000 per year, and many new residents bring both more income and more wealth than existing Raleighites, which means that they can outcompete existing residents for housing opportunities. That gets back to Greg's analogy of Usain Bolt. There's plenty of opportunities for folks who bring a lot of income, but for existing Raleighites, there can be struggles. The graphic that you see here reflects changes in land valuation since 2014. Land valuation is almost a direct surrogate for demand to live in an area. And the oranges and reds reflect areas of higher land value increases, and the blues and purples are lesser. You'll note that housing demand is particularly strong in our in-town, inside the Beltline neighborhoods and in other neighborhoods that feature more walkable, transit-oriented housing options. And with this new preference for in-town urban living has meant that many historically affordable neighborhoods, like where I live in East Raleigh and places like South Park, Hungry Neck, Battery Heights, and Roberts Park, have, just as to name a few examples, are neighborhoods that are less affordable to long-term residents because of demand being driven by a lot of new residents. Meanwhile, existing homeowners are moving less often due to interest rates that are much higher than they were 4 or 5 years ago, and that limits the availability of older homes, which are often more affordable homes. A second key factor is insufficient housing supply for folks at all income ranges and all household types. Prior to 2021, 55% of our city and over 70% of our residentially zoned land was limited to single-family housing only. Single-family housing is an excellent and important housing type and option, but it is not affordable and not desirable to many residents, particularly younger folks that are retired, and single-person households. This lack of housing choice increased competition for the limited supply of housing and drove up prices and continues to do so. Additionally, there was a big lull in home building nationally, but also in our region after the 2008-2010 Great Recession. In 2021 and 22, Raleigh City Council passed a series of zoning reforms that allowed more housing types and more places in the city. And I'm really proud and happy to report that it's been one of the most successful and productive zoning reform efforts in the country. The missing middle refers to types of housing larger than a single-family house, but smaller than a 4- or 5-story apartment. So that includes things like duplexes, triplexes, quads, and small garden apartments. Since the adoption of these provisions in 2021, the market has responded strongly. There's been over 2,000 units approved. That's almost 1/3 of all units being in a missing middle enabled housing type. These are units that would not have existed or could not exist prior to 2021. And Coupled with the strong multifamily deliveries that you heard Greg mention, these policies have helped stabilize prices in Raleigh over the last 2 years. We've seen large increases over the last 5 years, but in the last 18, 24 months, there's been less so. And we think that at least partially, there's many factors at play due to this new supply that has been enabled by these zoning reform efforts. But due to the existing deficit in units, the city has lost over 30,000 units since 2017 that were previously naturally occurring affordable housing, meaning affordable to folks at 30% of their income, to low moderate income folks without subsidy. So we're still playing catch up and we still have more to do. A third component of our affordability challenge is rising development costs. Land development includes land costs, construction costs, and financing costs. All three have risen significantly over the past 5 years, and that contributes to rising rent and housing prices. The biggest increase proportionally is land costs. And again, that tracks back to that demand to live in our region. In many parts of the community, in our highest demand parts of the community, we've seen building lots go up over 400% in the past 10 years. And additionally, construction costs have outpaced inflation and increased by nearly 20% since 2020, although they have moderated recently. And of course, finance costs for both homeowners and builders are at a 20-year high. So all of these factors push prices upward. And finally, and very importantly, as you heard from Greg and Emila, is income. Higher incomes lead directly to higher housing prices and more homelessness. And Raleigh has had an over 50% increase in average household income since just 2017. Let me repeat that again. For a family of four, the average income in 2017 was right around $80,000. Now it's $122,000 plus. This reflects those higher paying jobs I mentioned earlier, and many of which are taken by new arrivals to Raleigh who bid up the cost of housing. All of this is reflected in the amount of income required to afford the average mortgage in Raleigh, which has risen, unsurprisingly, by about 50% since 2017, with a similar effect for renters. So the average, the income needed to afford a house that's at about 30% of the total cost of available houses is about $85,000, and that was just near $40,000 as late as 2017. The median income data obscures an important point, which is that inflation-adjusted incomes are falling for low-income households. This has improved slightly in the last year or two, but it still appears to be the case. They're stagnant for middle-income households who have seen almost no real income growth over the past 10 years, and then incomes have risen significantly faster than the national average here in Raleigh because of all the high-paying jobs we have at the top 10% of the income spectrum. And as you heard from Emila, 400 years of racist policies in this country, the average black family has about 10% of the wealth of the average white family. So these conditions create and reinforce each other, the racial wealth gap and the home ownership gap we see in Raleigh and across the country. So, yeah, and that's the, excuse me. As you heard from Greg Colburn, homelessness is a housing problem. It's closely linked to the phenomenon I've discussed and that you heard Greg and Emila discuss. Stagnant incomes for low and middle class, rising incomes for newcomers, higher development costs, and inadequate housing supply. These factors have led to unsheltered homelessness increasing significantly in the past couple years. Since 2020, nearly doubled. And this slide shows the location of encampments. The orange dots are places where people were found sleeping unsheltered in city parks between 2022 and 2023, and the blue dots are folks that were identified at the January point in time count that you heard my colleagues mention, where folks were recorded living outside in January of this year. Combined, again, these represent a significant increase in both the number and the diversity of locations that folks are living unsheltered. So in conclusion, again, reinforcing some of the points my colleagues have made, affordability is driven by those four factors of demand, supply, development costs, and household income. Rising demands and construction costs have inflated rent, inflated home values. Supply has not kept up, but zoning reform and a surge of new units has helped significantly. And incomes have not kept up with the greatest need for housing in Raleigh at the lowest income levels. And of course, homelessness, as you heard from Greg and Emma, is directly tied to affordability of housing. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Emma to talk about the state of affordable housing, some of the things we're doing to address these phenomenon that we framed out. Thank you.
And Pat's going to be back too, so I should have said hold your applause because we're going to ping pong. Thanks, Pat. So as Pat mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about how the city is addressing these issues. So the city has multiple housing policy goals as shown on this slide, and working to achieve all of these goals. They are all important and must be done together to create a healthy housing market with consistent and sufficient housing supply at all price points. However, with limited funding and resources, and we'll look a little bit about there's a slide on resources, and you can see what Greg Colburn referred to as the federal government not doing us any favors with the amounts. We'll talk a little bit about that, but the limited funding sources, they really require these trade-offs, and they're necessary also in order to balance these priorities. So in 2016, the city set an aspirational goal to create 5,700 units, affordable units, by 2026. And while there are several models to deliver affordable housing units, the most of the units in Raleigh leverage what is called the low-income housing tax credit program. And Mark Shelburne is going to be up to talk more in depth about LIHTC, low-income housing tax credit. But that is the largest financing tool for affordable housing in this country. And most all LIHTC projects within the city are ones that the city has provided gap financing for. And it's also important to note that we partner with the county to provide these gap funds to make projects viable together with our gap funds that otherwise would not be. And again, later in the day, Mark is going to come up and talk a little bit more in depth about low-income housing tax credit program and the creative financing that it takes to make affordable housing projects happen. And the city efforts to invest in affordable housing development are recent. Before about 2015, the city's annual investment in affordable rental production was less than a quarter of what it is today. And now the city is focusing on production through gap financing and leveraging tax credits. We're also expanding our portfolio programs to reach residents at different incomes. That is providing deeper affordability and in different situations, including people experiencing homelessness. But we cannot produce fast enough, and the homelessness crisis is at our doorstep today. We need to access market rate units and mechanisms to create affordability in existing housing. We are losing more naturally affordable units than we're able to create. So let me actually go to this one. As we talked about, the city has limited funds and resources, and here is how we're allocating them. You can see in the upper portion of this graph are the local funds going towards affordable housing and homelessness, and the bottom portion are federal funds. So most of the city's direct funding supports new rental development, and most federal support comes in the form of tax credits, as I discussed, rather than direct subsidy, and those funds go directly to the developers. Again, talk more a little bit about that after lunch. Other federal funds include annual allocations from the federal government in the form of emergency solution grant funds, community development block grant funds, and home program funds. And these are incredibly important federal funds. They're allocated to support things like home buyer assistance, home repair, emergency drop-in, shelter, and public services, and also just general support to the homelessness response system. So while it is this portion, it is an incredibly vital part of our system. The annual bond amounts for fiscal years 2024 and 25-26 is $11.8 million, and to date, we are 80% committed or spent bond funds from the affordable housing bond passed in 2020. It's also important to note that federal funds can be less flexible than local funds, so there is some creativity that can go into local funds that there is some flexibility and creativity, and we are definitely exploring that every day, how best to use those federal funds. But there is some more flexibility with local as well as any private funds that we can have access to. So we talked previously about how housing development costs have led to rising rents in Raleigh, and since rents for affordable housing are restricted to lower income levels, rents cannot be raised to cover these higher costs, and instead these projects are requiring more subsidy from the city and other public sources to be financially feasible to construct. So we need to actually dedicate more resources now to create the same number of units as before. And again, a theme today is really about ending homelessness and how we know how to do this. We have a clear understanding of how to achieve it. Currently, also, the city's vacancy rate is higher than it has been in recent years, which presents a valuable opportunity to collaborate with private landlords to access those units that are currently on the market. I'll say, too, that private investment can also play a crucial role. We have a speaker later today that's going to talk a little bit about the importance of private investment in addressing homelessness. But it provides really flexible funds to be able to address whatever needs are specifically happening in a household in order to get them quickly housed. So, and all of these things together can really turn our knowledge into action and make a significant impact on ending homelessness. So the city is working towards several housing policy goals, as we discussed, and achieving them often involves making these tough choices. We've invested more money than ever before into developing affordable housing, but there are still gaps to fill, particularly in those more urban areas. And despite increased funding efforts, finding affordable housing in these bustling city locations remains a challenge. Further takeaways include that the number of subsidy requests to the city is increasing, which means we need to allocate more resources just to maintain our current level of affordable housing production. Additionally, the city has set aside funds for initiatives like the Unsheltered Pilot Program and homelessness prevention and diversion efforts. Later, I'm going to talk more about this pilot and about the unsheltered strategy planning work. However, to address the public health emergency and meet rising housing demand, we need even more resources. I'm going to ping pong it back over here to Pat to finish us out. Thanks, Pat.
Thanks, Imola. So my last section was pretty gloom and doom, right? But we are doing a lot of great things. Raleigh is really a regional and national leader on trying to address the challenges that you've heard Greg and Imola characterize. You recall there are the 4 factors that drive housing or housing affordability and homelessness crisis. That have led to significant housing price and rent increases here in Raleigh over the past several years. Again, those are listed on top of the slide. The 2 biggest factors are housing demand and household income, and they are really outside of our control. I think that's an important point. These are things that local government, really nobody can influence, since we are such an attractive area to live, and we are having a lot of investment that is driving high-paying jobs. So these are the biggest factors accelerating the cost of housing, and our ability to influence them is limited. But there are 2 really important pieces: housing supply and development costs, that can be influenced significantly by the city and by our partners. And I'll talk a little bit about Raleigh, what Raleigh is doing in each of those areas. So, of course, the aim here is to reduce the affordability gap. It is impossible with today's land prices and construction prices to build housing that's brand new and affordable without subsidy from local government or from a mission-based nonprofit. So the whole goal here is to make the gap less so that we can house more people affordably. So a foundational strategy for affordability is to allow and encourage the supply of housing to more closely meet demand. To be clear, and you heard Greg say this, policies that encourage housing supply will not make housing affordable by themselves, but it is impossible to have housing affordability in your city or your region without an ample supply of homes. So it's a foundational and necessary step, and Raleigh has done a lot in that area. As mentioned earlier, North Carolina, we are prohibited from tools such as mandatory rent control or mandatory inclusionary zoning, but that doesn't mean we don't have tools. This is a map of the city. And I know it's probably hard to see from where you are, but all the areas that are in color there are areas where more housing types were allowed in 2021 and 2022 by a council action. The effort was what's called broad but shallow, and what I mean by that is it affected a lot of the city, but it only incrementally or modestly changed what could be built. So where you could only have a single-family house, you can have a single-family house or a duplex and a townhouse. There's a lot of emerging research that shows that that's the right way to do zoning reform. If you do it in a limited small area, it drives up the cost of land in that area and doesn't have the impacts you want. So we're really proud of this work and we owe a lot to council for the leadership to get this done. It allowed builders to build with a staff level approval pursuant to council adopted rules. And this reduces the uncertainty and cost of development, which is very high, and encourages more housing. And this is how we've seen those 2,000 units permitted since 2021 that I mentioned earlier. Council has also authorized an incentive program. We cannot require affordable units, but we can provide incentives through the zoning ordinance that allows for more units to be built near planned high-frequency transit, and that near those areas, affordable housing is required if over 12 units of housing is built. So there's a lot of advantages to building housing near transit. It makes the transit system more productive. It makes the per unit cost of those high costs we talked about less. This program incentivizes units that are legally binding to folks at 60% of the area median income or lower for 30 years, and we produced over 200 units in that program just in the last 2 years. Finally, City Council has eliminated parking minimums. Most developments still provide parking, almost every development does, but they provide less than they did previously. This translates directly into more affordable housing since each surface parking lot costs approximately $20,000 to provide on site, and at least twice that if it's provided in a parking deck or other structure. As I noted earlier, a timely and predictable development review process is a crucial component of maintaining a steady supply of much needed housing. You heard Greg talk about San Francisco. We have Chapel Hill in our own region, which is a beautiful place like San Francisco is. The process of building and developing is extremely costly, it's extremely lengthy, and it's extremely uncertain. And that really makes getting the supply we need at the prices we need difficult. Most developers are borrowing money to develop. And that uncertainty brings more risk, higher costs, and just less housing. The development review process is one of the few areas the city has a high level of control, so we've worked really hard across the board to make sure development applicants understand the rules and ensure a smooth process. We've provided additional support for an expedited development review for our affordable housing projects and for accessory dwelling units, which are backyard cottages or granny flats. We worked with community members to identify over a dozen designs that have been pre-reviewed, pre-approved by our building and safety team, and that makes the development review process less costly and more timely, and therefore cheaper, and we see more accessory dwelling units. We've had about 250 of those approved just in the last 3 years. And we are continuing to explore the possibility of fee waivers and deferrals. There are some legal challenges with that we're still working through. I mentioned the fact that, and it's been mentioned several times, that we don't have some of the tools that some of our peers have: rent control, impact fees for housing, inclusionary zoning. But I mentioned those incentives that we provided, and I won't reiterate those, but for development near our planned transit lines, we do have an incentive that requires affordability over 12 units, and we feel like we've hit the sweet spot where it's practical for those developments to be built, but still some modest number of affordable units are provided directly. And again, all of this new development helps contribute to the improvement of the game of musical chairs, as you heard from Greg. And finally, the city is a regional leader in ensuring the federal, state, nonprofit, and local dollars are used to support affordable housing. I won't repeat what Emila shared. I just want to emphasize that we've spent over $116 million, or will spend by the end of this year. Most 3/4 of that is local money. And preserved or produced over 6,000 units, close to about 6,600 units. Again, Emila did a deeper dive on some of those programs, but that really makes us a real regional leader. And As Greg said and Emma said, there are always going to be folks that, because their income is so low, the market will not be able to house them affordably. We need to have that subsidy available, and we need to expand our programs here to be effective. We're also trying some innovative approaches, and you're going to hear a lot more about those later from my colleagues to talk about some of the exciting and innovative approaches we're looking at to ensure affordability and accessibility. A great example of this is using one of our most valuable assets, which is city-owned land that's surplus. We have a site east of Moore Square, immediately east of Moore Square, which is in our downtown, which is one of our highest demand areas. We have a public-private partnership that will include affordable and market rate housing, retail, a hotel space, and a new Raleigh Rescue Mission building. A combination of ground lease and funds from sale of city parcels to our private partner will subsidize the market rate units and create affordability in this area where it's so greatly needed. And we are in community engagement efforts now on a similar redevelopment site at the former state DMV site on New Bern Avenue. And there's a number of other sites throughout the city that we are doing a similar process. So in terms of key takeaways, Raleigh is really committed to tackling this puzzle. There is no silver bullet solution. There's only kind of this patchwork quilt of solutions that we need to weave together and work continuously to implement. Our zoning reform efforts to increase supply are an important and foundational piece of this. They are the most ambitious in the state and one of the most successful and productive in the country. And we've committed more resources than ever before to building new affordable housing, as you heard from Emma, resulting in over 6,000 units that are legally binding affordable. And we continue to, as you're going to hear a lot more about later after lunch, we continue to explore innovative tools to improve affordability and build more affordable units and ultimately to end homelessness. In the interest of allowing you to get to lunch, we are not going to take questions, but we want to answer your questions. Please use the QR code, or you can use the notebooks that were included in your tote bag. If you don't want to use a QR code to leave a question, we will answer every question we get and publish those responses when we publish this material in the coming days or week. But we really appreciate your time. I'm going to turn it over to Grady to take us into lunch. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share this information.
Okay, let's give it up again for Emma and Pat. As you can tell, the city is very serious about affordability, and we're trying to continue to find new and innovative ways to be able to meet the needs of our community. Just a couple of different things. Please make sure that you are taking advantage of these QR codes. We want to hear from you. There are surveys and there's information that us as city staff want to make sure that we retrieve from you. So please make sure that you're taking advantage of the opportunity to give your voice. Your voice matters, and we want to make sure that you have the opportunity to let us hear what you have to say. The surveys will be available for you to comment up until September 21st. So please make sure you take advantage of that. Also, point of information, this presentation will be available online. This is also being live streamed and being recorded, and so on our city website you'll have the opportunity to review this again at a later date as well. So please tell a friend about that as well, and give them the opportunity for them to receive this information if they weren't able to get here today. Okay, so now we are going to take a break. We have the opportunity now to go into the lobby area. We have different departments that are here to provide good information about all the things that we're doing here citywide. So we're going to need everyone to leave out as we actually get prepared for lunch, and then we'll come on back and resume at 12:30. All right? All right, I'll see y'all in a little bit. All right, Raleigh, welcome back. I hope you are enjoying your food. You've made some new friends and got some real quality information in our lobby. We're going to move on with our summit. Next up, we are going to be diving into the affordable rental development. Please put your hands together for Mark Schulburn from Nova Gradic.
Yes, very good. So good afternoon. Believe me, I do not want to stop anyone from eating lunch, so please, lunch is very important to me. I made sure to get it out of the way before I came up here, so please keep going. So, who am I? Mark Schulburn. I'm a housing policy consultant. I actually lived in Raleigh since the late 90s and have been a housing policy consultant for just about that whole time. I mostly work with state housing finance agencies around the country. Currently, like for example, Hawaii is one of my clients, advising them on their QAP. But I spent most of my career with the state housing finance agency here in North Carolina, including working with Emila, we were just talking about. And so, but the other role that I have that's almost more relevant for today is I'm adjunct faculty at the UNC Chapel Hill Department of City and Regional Planning. That's kind of what I feel like I'm doing here today, is giving a lecture to the students, except of course y'all aren't students, but that's kind of what we're doing today here, is giving these lectures. And a lot of what I'm going to do is reinforce things that you've already heard, to help them sink in and to explain them a little bit further. And maybe a few truth to power moments here, we'll see. So got an outline slide here, make sure this is working. Very good, yep. So just a quick refresher on what is affordable housing. It's not as obvious as you might think. So what does it take to create it? What does it take to finance it? And then we've got 6 key takeaways. And so, and I see some folks taking pictures of this. I believe the materials are going to be available, later. So if you want to have this information, you're welcome to take pictures, but you don't have to necessarily. You can get this information another way. So, what is affordable housing? So, as we've discussed already today, housing is considered affordable if it's no more than 30% of the household's gross income. And when we say 30%, that's not just the rent or mortgage, that's utility costs as well. And so that's the idea, is it's affordable if your maximum housing costs are 30% of your household income. And so that's what it means literally in a very basic sense. So, but when most people talk about, policymakers, et cetera, and folks like myself lecturing, talk about affordable housing, what they mean is housing that meets that 30% threshold for low-income households. That's generally what folks are talking about, the presumption being that if you're not low income, then you should be able to afford your housing. Although, of course, as some of y'all know, that's not necessarily true. And so creating affordable housing requires and involves all manner of steps and processes, some of the most important of which are deed restrictions, legal requirements that maintain a certain level of affordability for a particular property, and keeps it limited to folks that are at lower incomes. And one way to think about those restrictions, the way that I like to describe it, and this is true for almost any kind of affordable housing, but it's especially true for the main one I'm going to talk about here, the tax credit, is most restrictions fall into three categories: income of the household, rent they're charged, and suitability of the units. So income, rent, suitability, IRS. That's what most of the types of property restrictions are fall under. So continuing on, did I skip a slide? Make sure. Okay, hold on a second. I want to be sure. Okay. Hopefully I didn't skip a slide here. All right, so the way that almost every housing program defines what it's serving, who are the low-income households, is by area median income. And we've had some folks make this point before about lining up the households. You pick someone in the middle. And so the way that I like to explain it, though, is for at least a while there, if you were to do the average income of the highest average income amongst UNC graduates, you were to say, well, okay, what type of degree had the highest average income? You would think, well, business, something like that. Well, for a while there, it was geography. Anybody know why? Michael Jordan, his degree was in geography. So the highest average income amongst UNC graduates for a while there was geography, because Michael Jordan makes so much money. But if you were to look at the highest median income, I'm pretty sure geography would not be in the top 10. I don't know for certain about that, but that'd be my guess. So average and median are not the same. And so what we're talking about here with everything we're looking at today is median. You line everybody up and you pick the middle, regardless of how the extremes on either end of it. So, like, in other words, if Bill Gates were to move to Raleigh, it wouldn't change the median income at all. Change the average a lot, of course. And so we've got here in this color, the boxes down below, and I think I have a laser pointer here. Let me see. Very good. Yes. All right. So these are the folks, middle and upper income, 80% AMI. They're really not eligible for anything. Well, except for what? Anybody remember? The home mortgage interest deduction, the biggest subsidy that if you're rich, you get automatically. That's how it works if you're rich. If you're poor, you got to go through all these steps. But if you're rich, you get the mortgage interest deduction automatically. Yeah, that's a bigger subject that we're not going to get into. So, but that is a subsidy. Everyone needs to understand. So, but the main subsidies we're talking about here are for these different levels here. So low income, 50 and 80%, that's the 80% limit is actually what most programs will serve up to. And so like home, for example, that's a federal appropriation to the city. And a lot of the uses of home, you can get up to 80%. For tax credits, you actually also can get up to 80%. But most of the units, though, that get produced and generated and served are at this middle level here, very low income, 30% to 50% AMI. And that's also the definition. Now, of course, most of the need is down here at the extremely low income level. So that's, and you saw in the video the different types of programs that serve those different AMI levels, because it takes different degrees of intervention, different kinds of programs to reach those different income levels. And as you might imagine, the lower the income level, the more subsidy you need to make the unit work. And we'll talk a little bit more about that here coming up. So we're going to talk today about affordable housing programs. And I'm glad to get to do that. That's been my life's work. Spent more than 20 years, again, in affordable rental subsidy policy. But you can't talk about affordable housing affordability without also talking about the market. You have to talk about both. And so the key to understanding housing affordability at a broader level is supply and demand. And it's the same supply and demand that makes cars more or less expensive. Anybody remember during the pandemic when you had a used car that you'd owned for a few months, you could sell it for more than you bought it for because the demand exceeded supply. And there's a lot of people who will try to come up with all sorts of crazy reasons why supply and demand doesn't apply to housing. They're wrong. Supply and demand applies to housing. That's just the reality of it. It can be inconvenient at times, but markets don't care about inconvenience. They don't care about ideology. Supply and demand applies to housing. And so the ways that are different, though, is the ways that it moves. And so demand can increase rapidly. Like, for example, Apple says they're going to move here. All of a sudden, you got however many thousands of people that are looking at listings in Raleigh because they're going to come work for Apple. But you can't build housing at that same rate. It takes longer for the supply to catch up to the demand. So the way that it works is different. The reality of it applying is not different. And so what then happens is if you don't allow supply to keep up with demand, then you have the problems that Greg was talking about with the musical chairs. And so whoever's the fastest and the best able to sit at the musical chairs gets to take the seat. And so, and this bottom point here about low-income households, even if we did as much as we possibly could as a community to generate more subsidy, it'd be good and better. But still, most of the folks who are at these lower income levels are still going to be living in market rate housing. That's just the reality of it. And so folks that are at that level, they need help from these subsidy programs, but they also need help from allowing the market to respond to demand. And something that folks don't necessarily understand about market rate housing when it gets built, a developer doesn't just go out and find a site and think, oh, what the heck, I'll just build here, that'll be fun, and go out to the banks, and the banks say, oh, sure, we'll trust you, take the money, go for it. That's not how it works. And that might seem obvious, but the way folks talk about housing reflects they don't necessarily understand that. In order to get the ability to build housing, you have to prove to your lenders, to your equity investors, and whoever else that the demand is there. You don't get to just build it on spec. That's not how housing works. There are people that actually do that analysis. I've got coworkers at my firm who do that analysis to make sure that the demand is there. So again, we can't talk about housing affordability without talking about both the market and the subsidy programs. So, moving on. A lot of this is reiterating what you heard from Greg this morning, which was just great. Everybody needs to hear that all over again. I can't do that justice. But the fact of supply and demand affecting housing means that it trickles into affecting homelessness. And so one way to think about that, one way to look at that, the way that it gets demonstrated and the way that's best understood is looking at vacancy rates. And so, and those are a lot easier to understand. And that's what people that are landlords and land sellers care about, home sellers, well, there's really just landlords, care about is vacancy rates. And so if you're in an area that consistently underproduces the housing, then you're going to have really low vacancy rates. And as Greg said, you really need vacancy rates to be above 5%. If they're below 5%, then you've got a problem. That's an unhealthy market. That's problematic. And what you see in those circumstances where you've got that going on, where it's less than 5%, that's where homelessness is the worst. Again, I can't do justice to Greg's remarks, but hopefully all of you were here to hear that explanation of how that is. And what you see there is that as vacancy rates go down, landlords understand they can charge more rents. And as rents go up, homelessness does as well. And there's a direct, not just correlation, but causation here. And so another way to think about this, and it sounds strange, is the notion is that vacancies are good. Well, unless you're a landlord. But if you're if you care about the health of a market, vacancies are good. So anytime you hear someone say, one way to tell that someone's not serious in a discussion, you just kind of tune them out, is if they say, oh, we have more vacancies than we have homeless people. Anybody heard that? Well, hopefully, yeah, I'm seeing some people shake their heads. Good, maybe you're in better discourses than I'm in. But you hear that sometimes. And usually what they're trying to say is we don't need to build more housing. We just, because we got all this vacant housing, just let the homeless people live there. Well, there's no way for that to happen. And it also misunderstands what is a vacancy. A lot of times that unit that's vacant is just in between occupants. The person that moved out has moved out and someone else hadn't moved in yet. Or the unit is completely uninhabitable. It counts as a unit except for the fact that you couldn't really live there because it doesn't work. So you can't just presume that a vacancy is an available unit, because it isn't. But again, regardless, if there's no vacancy, how could anybody move? How could anyone change their circumstance? Vacancy is good. And so, yeah, moving on. So that's, again, just talking about the connection between housing affordability and the market. There's more we could talk about there, but what we want to focus on here is the subsidy programs. And so what does it take to create them? So what we've got here is a graphic depiction. And what this is depicting, what this is explaining, so again, as I said, we've got to think about the market. But the other thing that we've got to understand is that as important as the market is, it's never enough. And that's something that you have to and that's because that's the other kind of argument you hear from people. You hear people say, oh, if we just get rid of all zoning, just let people build anything they want anywhere, then housing affordability will be solved. Well, no. It would be better. It would be a lot better, but it wouldn't be solved. And that's the lesson that even if, I'm going to show you some numbers here, but even if you're not a numbers person, even if you're a history person, let's take a trip back to the 1910s. 1900s, 1890s. Zoning didn't exist. We didn't have it. And did everyone get to live in adequate housing back then? Anyone remember tenements? So that is what the market does. The market's response to the lowest income is substandard housing. And that's not just true in America. That's true all over the world. And I don't know why that is. I'm nowhere near smart enough to understand or explain it. But that is the absolute indisputable lesson of history, and is that whenever the market alone is serving the lowest income, it does it with substandard structures. So again, that's something that we've just got to accept. So if we as a society decide that that's not enough, that's not okay, then we need to have intervention in what I call, and what a lot of people call, market failure. And so how does that work? Well, what again we've got here is this graphic depiction of it. And so what this is depicting and explaining is, when I teach this to grad students, what I emphasize to them is that what we're talking about here, even though it's subsidized, it's still real estate. It's got to work and function as real estate. It doesn't matter how much subsidy you have in it, if it doesn't function as a real estate development, as the way that any real estate does, then it doesn't work. So the most important bottom line is the bottom line. It's got to be able to pay for itself, because if it doesn't, then you've got a whole other set of problems. And so what we see here is that subsidies are necessary to make these developments pay for themselves. And so again, these boxes are really well done, but they're not exactly necessarily to scale. And so what you've got here is, this is the debt that a project is bringing on, and then this is the operating expenses. And so it's got to pay all this much, and it's got this debt because of having taken on these costs. But the gap it's created is, this is the only amount of rent that it can have. So this gap here is graphically depicting the reality that when you build households for folks that are below a certain level of AMI, you can't generate enough rent. And so to make it work, make sure how I'm doing on time here. Oh, I'm doing all right. All right. So now we talk about this in generalities, and it's necessary to do that in the time we have available. But it's important to remember that what we're talking about here is a great deal of variety. Developments are tremendously different depending on how they're constructed, what they're designed. So one of the most inexpensive kind, say for example, is an 8-plex, 8 units together built on flat land somewhere. And so, but you can't always do that. Sometimes you got to do other types of designs. And so the way that you build the housing, all sorts of factors can go into it, make the cost that can be very different. But as a general rule, the idea that we've got here, and these are some good numbers, is that an affordable apartment can cost, on average, roughly $250,000 to $300,000 per unit. And so again, we've got some factors in there that can make it cost more, like having to build parking decks, et cetera. And some of you may be thinking, well, that's a lot more than I would have thought. That's a lot more than it should be. I can build a single family house for a lot less than that. And then maybe that's true. But it really is an apples to oranges comparison. Market rate, unsubsidized housing is, despite physically looking the same, it's a different type of development than what we're talking about here with the subsidies. And time permitting, I can explain the reasons why that is. That's not the point of today. But you have to understand, when people say, oh, look at how expensive it is to build this affordable apartment. Well, yeah, it is. But there are good reasons why you can't compare that to building a market rate project. And I will say one thing that, well, I can't help myself. One thing that when people make that comparison, when they talk about the cost of the market rate of the affordable, they'll say, look, it costs us $300,000, whereas the market rate property costs, say, $200,000. Often the comparisons themselves are not apples and oranges. With the affordable one, you know all the information. You've got all the numbers because it's all publicly available. With the market rate one, you don't have all the information. So you're ignoring certain costs. So really, it costs a lot more than you think it does. You just don't know what those costs are. So, anyway, sorry, I'm on my little soapbox moments there. I couldn't resist. And so the question is then, how do you get to where you can build this affordable project? What does it take to make it happen? Well, again, you've got to be able to show that your rental revenue from it is enough to cover what are going to be the building operations and loan payments, and for some types of properties, investor returns. And so we've got here is that a household at 60% AMI can support $125,000 in debt. And so that whole concept there is really no different than any of you who have gone out to apply for a mortgage to buy a house. The bank does the exact same thing. They look, I'll never forget when I first went to get a mortgage myself in 1999. It was for a house in Oakwood. I was amazed at how much the bank was willing to lend me. Of course, we later learned maybe that wasn't so smart for them to have been so willing. But it's that same concept, is the bank wants to be able to be certain, whether it's giving you a mortgage loan to an individual or a property, they want to be certain they're going to get repaid. And so what they look at is, can your rent that you're going to generate cover, how much can it cover in debt? And what we've got here again is this rough estimate of $125,000 per unit. And that, again, that number is a point in time estimate. If interest rates were to spike, that number would go way down. If interest rates were to drop, that number would go way up. If insurance costs continue to go up, that number goes down. You can see what I'm getting at there. And so the bottom line of it, again, the bottom line, is that we've got a gap just initially starting out the gate of $100,000 to build these properties. If you want to build one of these properties for households at 60% AMI, you're missing $100,000. And so you've got to come up with that somehow. So how does that work? And so it's different with affordable programs than it is for market programs. And so what with a market rate project, you're going to look at that, you're going to say, well, can I generate enough income so it covers the $300,000? And what a lot of people don't understand and don't get is how often developers look at a circumstance and they realize it doesn't work. Because why would they announce to the world, yes, I found a site, consider making an offer, but I couldn't make the numbers work, so I'm going to walk away. That happens every day. But you just don't hear about it, because why would you? But it does. It happens, again, every day. And so that's the reality for market rate projects. But with affordable developments, they look at it and they think, well, how much subsidy can I get to make up this gap? And so that's where the role of government is to step in, federal, state, and local. And in some cases, philanthropy. That's a much more limited role, but philanthropy can have a role in helping to bridge this gap. So, see if I moved on. Yep. So, and one of the best things that can happen, since we're talking at the local level, at this local level, is to help fill that gap. And so the biggest thing that we have in our country, the program that I spent most of my career working on, is called the Federal Low-Income Housing Tax Credit. And so I reckon some of y'all have heard about it, maybe not. And the reason you haven't heard much about it is because it works really well. It's very successful. It doesn't make the news with scandals. And so it's been around since 1986. It's funded about 3 million, probably getting up close to 4 million units all over the country. In North Carolina, we're probably getting up to around 100,000 units around the state. And I just about guarantee that at some point last week, one of y'all drove past one of these properties. At some point, well, unless you're like me and you never go anywhere, you just stay at home all day, because I work from home. But if you have a normal life and actually go out and do things, you probably have driven past one of these properties at some point, but you didn't know it because it looks just like a regular market rate property. But they're out there. Again, there's thousands of them all over the state. And so what the problem, though, is that while that subsidy is good and helps, it doesn't do enough. And so what local governments can do is add to that, provide additional subsidies called a gap fill, a further gap fill. And so that's what the city and the county here, Raleigh and Wake, have done, is provide a lot of their money to make those properties viable that otherwise wouldn't be. And so, and what that's called, if some of y'all may have heard, is called leveraging. The idea being that you invest, you make a loan of X dollars to generate Y dollars worth of housing. So maybe you put in $50,000, $75,000 per unit of your local money, and then that produces an affordable apartment, which we've just talked about costs how much? $300,000. So you spend $50,000, $75,000 per unit. That sounds like a lot, but you're producing a $300,000 property, $300,000 per unit property. So again, you're leveraging that difference, and you can't beat that. That's as good a way, in my opinion. Granted, I'm biased because I'm in this program, but there's no other way to spend that little money to get that big of an outcome, because the federal government is paying for the difference. They're paying for the rest. Again, we'll look more about that here in just a second. And so, and the part of the reason why the housing credit, what we're supposed to call it, the low-income housing tax credit, but the propaganda name is housing credit, so that's why I try to remember to always use, is that it doesn't cover everything. And the big thing it doesn't cover is land. And so the way the housing credit gets calculated, it's on bricks and sticks and moving dirt around and actually building things. But whatever you spend just to buy the land doesn't generate subsidy in this low-income housing tax credit program. So whatever you spend, whatever the land cost is, has to be effectively covered by debt. And so one of the great things that some local governments have been able to do, including sometimes here in Raleigh, is you have land and you just give it away for free to build these properties. That's tremendous, because that means that what would have been otherwise a big gap is much less of one, because the land is free. But there's not only so much free land sitting around. Most land you got to actually pay for, reasonably so. And so however much you spend on it is how much you got to add to the gap for that project. And so that's where a lot of this local government financing can come in to help bridge this gap. And, oh wait, sorry, I thought I advanced the slide. There you go. That's what I've just been talking about. So I'll give you a second to look at that. There's not one of those little screens down here in front so I can see what y'all are seeing. And I feel kind of rude always just turning my head to look to see, but I should have then. Sorry about that. Yeah, so anyway, Land is a problem. Land costs are a problem. But the other thing about that, though, is just because land is cheap doesn't mean it's a good place to build. In fact, you could very convincingly argue that the opposite is true, that you don't want to build where the land is cheap. Because while it's good for the numbers, it's probably not so good to live there. And so you want to have folks that are living in these properties get to live in nice locations, which means the land is not going to be cheap. And so you got to spend a little more on it. And that's especially true when you're talking about urban infill areas where you're next to transit, where you're a reasonable distance to grocery stores. All those things tend to make land more expensive, which again can be a real problem. And so the one way to help deal with that reality is the land costs what it costs, but you can put more units on it. And so the more units you put on it, the more you spread that cost out, is the concept. So that's why building dense, building a lot of units on a particular piece of property can help make it more viable because you're spreading that land cost out. And so, and so one way to do that is, and by the way, I've done I guess I should have done that run through a little better. I'm running out. I'm going to have plenty of time here for questions. And so one way to help make that happen is to take a tax credit project and put it on the same piece of land as a market rate project. And so you have both of them together sharing that cost land. And as I understand it, that's the concept for the Moore Square Place proposal, which is genius. That's exactly the right way to go. That's absolutely what needs to happen. And so, because you can have the two different developments both covering what's going to be an expensive piece of land. And so what some of you may be thinking is, well, why don't you have them be the same property? Why don't you have the tax credit project have in it some market rate units? And that's a very common thought. A lot of people think it, but because of the way the federal rules work, that's actually a problem. You can do it, but it's often a bad idea. It's usually almost always better to have the property that is the tax credit property be 100% low income. And the big reason is because Congress didn't want to spend money on unrestricted units. And so however many unrestricted units you have in a property is that much less of the subsidy you can get. So it makes it that much harder to finance, make it that much harder to work. And so so the better approach is the idea of having them share a piece of land. Two different properties, they can have cross-access easement, they can share amenities, they can share parking lots, all that kind of stuff if you want. But they have different ownership, different financing structure is the most logical way to do it. And I've got on there one of the reasons why, if you really wanted to dig deep in the weeds of what I'm just talking about, if you disagree or think I must be wrong, well, read those things at that URL and to get more of an understanding about this and how that can make sense. And so, but there's another concept that you're going to hear about this afternoon from my friend Sherry, which is very exciting, is what they're doing in Montgomery County, which doesn't use subsidy, well, the same way at least. Anyway, I won't steal her thunder. But she's going to talk about that in the innovations panel. And that's a whole other concept that I'm excited about as a possible prospect for the city. And so, so we're going to have plenty of time for questions here again, because I guess I went faster than I thought. Sorry about that. And so, but we can focus on here now are these key takeaways. Again, the affordable housing means that the household spends no more than 30% of their income on mortgage, rent, utilities, maintenance costs, et cetera. That's a generally applicable concept. It is not just true for low-income folks, it's true across the board. That's the fundamental concept behind housing affordability. And so the other next key takeaway here is that while we're talking about subsidies and they're necessary and important, you always have to remember the market matters too. So the second key takeaway here, another way to phrase it is anyone who's saying, oh, we don't need more housing, we just need more affordable housing. That's wrong. We need all kinds of housing. And again, a developer is not going to build it unless they can prove there's a need for it to third parties through experts. So if someone has figured that out, if someone has brought to you a proposal saying, we've got this project, we've figured out how it works, they know that it's going to work. because that's what has to happen. You're not going to be able to get financing for it if you can't make it work. And so if the folks who would have lived in that property don't get to live there, if they're rich, they're going to get to live somewhere else. And the best way to understand that, people talk about supply and demand, it's true, but the actual technical term is called filtering. And some people say, oh, that's trickle down. No, it's not trickle down. That's a Reaganomics nonsense. Sorry. The concept is filtering, and filtering can be up or down. And so if you've got a bad problem, it filters in the wrong direction, that's what's happened. People have been talking about San Francisco and the Bay Area. What happened out there is for every housing unit they allowed to get built, they brought in 4 jobs. So think about that. 4 jobs, each of which itself is one household, but there's only one household getting built. So that means there's 3 households for each of those jobs for which there's no house getting built. And again, these are new jobs, created jobs, because of the whole tech boom they had out there. So people blame the techies, and I kind of get that, but it's not really, they just moved to where their job was. The job got created. The city, and it's not just San Francisco, a lot of jurisdictions out there, didn't allow the market to respond. And so as a result, they have the worst affordability and the worst homelessness. Well, depending on how you define it. But it's because of that 4-to-1 ratio. And so you don't even want to be close to a 4-to-1 ratio, because the closer you are to that kind of ratio, the worse you're going to have. And it also affects displacement too. There was some statistic that talked about how if you wanted to get a moving van to California, it was pretty cheap. If you want to get a moving van out of California, it was really expensive. And that's because those folks that were not in that one of the 3 of the 4 that got a home, someone else bid them out of their place. Someone else was willing to pay more, so they had to leave. And so that's what happened. That's why folks that are low income get displaced, is because we don't allow the market to respond. And so, but again, the market isn't enough. It never has been, it never will be. We need subsidies. They're absolutely imperative for serving the lowest income households, because if we don't have that, the only way they're going to get served is substandard structures, overcrowding, et cetera. And so we need to have gap funding, because what it costs to build is twice what they can afford to pay effectively. And so a great way to make that work and happen is to bring in the federal low-income housing tax credit, because that's out there. The federal credit is going to get spent somewhere in the state. The state gets $30 million a year. It's actually $300 million a year when you really think about it correctly. It's getting $300 million a year that's going to be spent somewhere in the state. And that's just one of the kinds of credits. There's a whole other kind of credit that can be that same amount or more. And it's going to be somewhere. And so the city putting in money to get those federal dollars to be here is a tremendous return on investment. Again, leverage. But the way that works is you got to have a good enough, big enough piece of land for it to work. And I guess something else that I should mention is that for these types of projects to get built, they have to be a certain size, because whenever you're doing one of these deals, you're hiring attorneys and accountants. And the attorneys and accountants get paid the same amount no matter how big the deal is, because they do the same amount of work no matter how big the deal is. And so you can't have small projects, because if you're spending $200,000, $300,000 per deal on your attorneys and your accountants, then if you're building a couple of units, that just doesn't work. You can't spread that cost out far enough. So the projects have got to be usually about at least 30 or so units, and that's on the really small end. For the most part, they're 50, 60, or well over 100 units. And so, but that means you got to find enough land to fit all those folks on there. And so, and when the land gets to be too expensive, then as we discussed, sometimes the answer is the developer walks away and you never even know about it. But if they're trying to go forward with it, they want the deal to work, then they're going to have to do more creative approaches, like combining different developments on the same property, having a market rate and a tax credit project together, which is going to mean some kind of stacked parking probably, some other maybe underground underground stormwater retainage, that kind of thing. Anything like that is going to make it that much more expensive, but it can be worth it to pay for expensive land. And so again, hopefully everyone will stick around for the far more interesting than me part of this afternoon. I'm just, I guess, meant to wake you up from lunch. I don't know that I did that. But the innovations panel will be great, especially Sherry again. I guess you probably don't want me building you up any more than I have. Yeah, I see head shaking, but seriously, stick around to hear about the Montgomery County model because it really is a very innovative, neat concept that I think could have a lot of promise for Raleigh. So, all right, well, got 10 minutes left. That's about right for questions. So I don't know, Erica, if we have any.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. That was a really great 201 explanation. And I realized earlier today I failed to introduce myself. Hello, I'm Erica Brandt. I'm the Assistant Director with the Housing and Neighborhoods Department. I'm the ghost voice who is asking your excellent questions that you're submitting through the QR code link. So to start us off for this session, I think this is a great question and kind of dives maybe a little bit deeper. Maybe that's like a 301 level question. But Mark, could you tell us a little bit about the difference between the 4% and the 9% tax credit?
Sure thing. And by the way, thumbs up on the QR code question thing. That's definitely the way to go. So recommend that. Yes, so there are two different kinds of tax credits, 9% and 4%. And so the 9% is the one people mainly think about. And it actually is 9%. The idea is you multiply that number times most of the kinds of costs of the property, and that's how much subsidy the development generates every year for 10 years. And so again, I'm really summarizing. But what Congress said was, if you want to use this program, the tax credit program, with tax-exempt debt, then you don't get to use the 9% credit. That's too much subsidy. That's double dipping. So instead, if you're going to use debt that already is tax advantaged, then all you can have is the 4% credit. And so the idea being there that you get some, but not as much. As that means if you're using tax exempt debt, you get some benefit, some years none, but in terms of a lower interest rate, there's supposed to be a lower interest rate, but whoever's getting the interest on that doesn't pay taxes on it. And so that's supposed to be a lower interest rate. So the idea being that you get a tax credit, but it's less of one. And so that's the fundamental concept there. And so because the 9% is such a powerful incentive, what that means is there's a tremendous amount of competition to get it. Actually, Winston-Salem this year had the worst competition that I think any state has ever had. It had 7 applications for what I thought was going to be just one award. It turned out they somehow squeaked out a second one, but still, there was 2 awards for what were 7 applications in Winston-Salem. Raleigh wasn't anywhere near that bad this year. I don't know what was going on in Winston-Salem. But that's the most, but it's not ridiculously unusual. Usually it's about 3 to 1, whereas with bond deals, where you're only getting the 4% credit, the struggle is not to compete to win a competition, it's to make your numbers work. Because instead of getting the 9% multiplied by the costs, you're getting only 4%. So that means you generate less than half the amount of subsidy. And so your deal needs that much more gap filling from local governments.
Thank you. What do you see as the most significant barriers for developers in utilizing the low-income housing tax credit effectively?
Well, it's really those two things. The 9% credit gets utilized completely. None of it ever goes to waste. And so the real barriers there are what drive up the costs, in some cases unnecessarily. And so the main one that I hear about is after you get an award, because in order to get your 9%, you have to have worked out the zoning. And that can be its own pain in the neck. But once you get the award, then you've got to get all your permits, approvals, et cetera. And the longer those take, the more expensive it is and the more risky it is. And so that's one of the big challenges that these developers face is they get an award, woohoo, yay, I'm going to get to build a project. But then the building inspector says, yeah, I'll get to you in a few months. Well, no, that's not, I need it now. And in addition to being more expensive, there are some federal deadlines that if you don't meet, it kills your project. and there's no waiver, there's no exemption. Use the example of Star Wars, Yoda. There's do or you don't do. There's no try. And so for some of those deadlines, if you don't meet them, that's it. Or you could think about it as the end of Thelma and Louise. If you don't meet them, it's like, sorry, spoiler alert. But if you haven't seen Thelma and Louise, that's on you. You need to see it. And so the biggest challenge with 4% deals, because they're not competitive, is 4% deals have that same issue. Once they get an award, they got to get all their approvals. But for them, the hardest thing, though, is getting the zoning, because the fact that they can't get the zoning means they don't bring in the deal at all. And again, they'll look at a piece of property, they'll see, oh, this is zoned single family, those neighbors are going to complain, and so the deal never happens. And for the most part, again, you don't even hear about it. It's just units that don't get built because they know the zoning isn't there. Whereas if it was zoned, they'd build it, and you have the units.
What else could the city do to generate more affordable rental developments?
Well, I feel like I've kind of already answered the questions that are being asked. So maybe that's just my own mind. It's connected to what I just said, is to change its land use requirements, to make it so that building apartments was by right, or at least a lot easier, more often. And so, because right now the state does not use all of the 4% credit that it can. You could have more projects getting built. But I can tell you, developers, they'll go and they'll find real estate, and they know it can work, they can bring it together, but they know if they try to fight the neighbors, they'll lose. And so they just walk away. And again, you don't hear about that, but just because you don't hear about it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. And so that's probably the thing that's most in your control, because you could change that tomorrow at the next council meeting. I know I'm being really blunt here, but that's just how it is. Now, the other thing you can do, of course, is invest more gap subsidy, because the more gap subsidy you have, the more of the deals that will work. And so you really need both. But I know it's harder to ask someone to write a check than it is just to change your rules. Well, I say harder. Of course, you'll make homeowners mad, but I don't care about that. And so, yeah, anyway, that may not be the official formal answer, but that's what I think.
Thank you. Do low-income housing tax credit properties directly serve people with disabilities?
Yes, absolutely. And so that's something, since we're talking about homelessness here, that's an important thing to know, is that through work, again, that I did with Emila back when we were at the Housing Finance Agency, is every property that we're talking about here that has 9 or 4% credits sets aside 10% of its units for persons with disabilities that get referred from the local service providers. And the folks that are on, for the most part, are on disability income SSI, they can't even afford the 60% rents, maybe not even 30% rents. And so what the state does is it writes a check for the difference. So folks that have that disability level income, they pay what they can afford, but then the state comes in and covers, that's called the KEY program, and it covers the difference. So that's because again, the bottom line is the bottom line. The owners have to be able to afford to operate their property. And so folks that are on SSI income, they don't make enough money to even pay what they can afford to pay. Isn't even enough to cover the operating expenses, what it costs to mow the lawn and to fix the drywall. And so you need to have that gap. And so the state kicks in with that. And in some circumstances, there's federal, like Section 8 or USDA rural development. Some of those properties have that resource, which is even better when that works. But yes, every one of these properties, 10% of the units is available to referrals from the community, the service providers. And who they refer is up to them. That's not the owner has no say in that. They have no role in that. It's none of their business, because they're the landlord. That's all they are, is the landlord. So the person that gets referred to them, that's between them and their referral source.
As the LIHTC program evolves, what potential changes or improvements do you think could enhance the impact that it has on affordable housing development?
What physical changes?
What policy changes?
Oh, policy changes. Well, I mean, I can't help but say the big obvious one is that there be more of it. There was, some of y'all have heard about how the child tax credit legislation passed the House back in April. I think it was April, anyway, it seems like forever ago, and just recently failed in the Senate. And along with that legislation was legislation to dramatically improve the housing credit, including a substantial increase in the 9%. And it was also going to make bond deals easier to use. And it's really remarkable that the House, they didn't just vote for it. It was something like 330 out of the 400, what is it? I should know, 435 House members? I'm seeing your heads nodding. Thankfully I remembered that. 330 of them voted. I mean, how many things do 330 members of the House of Representatives agree on? But they agreed on this legislation. And granted, it did a lot more than just the low-income housing tax credit. It did the child tax credit and other stuff. And that went over to the Senate, where sadly, again, it died. But that'd be the biggest thing for that legislation to not die and actually get passed. But the key thing about, key thing about this program is that while it's federal, the federal guidelines for how to administer it are tiny. There's an IRS regulation, and it talks about, say, one of the things it talks about is the selection criteria that states use in the competition that I mentioned. So the entirety of that federal regulation describing the selection criteria is the word in brackets reserved. That's it. The entire process of the selection criteria, other than there's a few things in the statute, but states get to decide how it works. And so here, that's the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, and every year they actively reach out. They sent out an email to everyone on their list last week saying, give me your input. We want the input from you on how to make our rules better, how to improve them. And I know that because that was my job. I got those emails, and the staff takes them seriously and takes into account they think about. And one of the things that's coming up, I know a lot recently, is the notion of how many parking spots get required, because the state has required more parking spaces than some localities think is necessary. So that's just one example, but there's dozens of possible examples of how things can be better. Because the agency wants that input from its stakeholders, participants, to know how to do those things and do them better.
Thank you so much, Mark. I think that's all
yeah.
we have time for today, but we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, give it up one more time for Mark Shelburne. Once again, real quickly, make sure that you're taking advantage of the QR codes. We want your feedback, and we're getting a lot of good questions, and we realize that we have some true innovative people in this room. So make sure you take advantage of allowing the city to hear your voices and hear your questions and allow us to answer them, okay? All right, so as we move on, we do actually have two individuals that are actually from out of town. First up, we do have Mr. Nate Fields. He is the Director of Homeless Services and Strategies for the Mayor's Office for New Orleans, Louisiana. Nate?
Hello. How's everybody doing? Yeah, you gotta participate. You know, you gotta talk to me. All right. You see, I got glasses on. I gotta put my glasses on so I can hear you better. So you guys gotta help me out. All right. Is this what we're using for the screen? Does this work? Let's see here. Try this out. Is it right? Is this the wrong thing? Is it working? All right, cool. I figured it out. You have a nerd up here, folks, so deal with it. Your fault, not mine. All right, so my name is Nate Fields. Everyone, I am from the city of New Orleans. It is 1,000 degrees down in New Orleans right now, so it is a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I was walking over here and I was like, I can wear my suit in comfort. Oh, this is nice. I came outside, yesterday from my office, walked across the street, and it was 1,000 degrees heat. I was like getting to my car. So it was literally from like right here to where the door is. And by the time I got to my car, I was drenched. I'm on my way to meet with somebody at the governor's office to talk about the Super Bowl that's coming for next year. And I'm like, how can I go in there looking like this? I went into the meeting, everybody was drenched. I was like, yes, we match. They were like, I'm sorry, we were outside. And I was like, no, we're matchies. Let's do it. Let's talk. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what we're working on currently in New Orleans. We call it Home for Good, and I'm going to break you down a couple of things that we're currently looking at. So we're going to talk about the initial progress of everything that we have going on, national media coverage, what's next in quarter 2 and 3. We're currently at the end of quarter 3, so I'm going to break that down a little bit, and securing the remaining funds. This has been an exciting time period. I've been at New Orleans since February 18th of 2023, and we've done a lot of progressive stuff. Had a lot of issues, trying to get people to get on board with us. They are the Big Easy. I am from Baltimore by way of New York. I like things to move relatively fast, and they don't, so I'm learning. Okay, it's a learning curve. I'm getting it down. But I came up with this crazy idea to like house all of the people on the street, because that's like literally my job. That's a great initiative to try to get to, right? But I was looking at all right, post-Katrina, we had this, huge housing issue in the city of New Orleans. New Orleans got rid of 1,500 housing units by closing their affordable housing. And I was like, why? Gentrification. You had a lot of persons start moving in, building up in the downtown location, shutting down the affordable housing units, building these housing units that were in the area that looked really nice and pretty, but they took away a large portion of those affordable housing units, losing up to 1,000 units within the continuum. And when I saw this, I was like, all right, we have this big issue here. We don't have enough units already. I can see that. But then another thing was happening at the same time. The housing market was going up. And not just the housing, but also the insurances. Post-Katrina, the insurances shot up through the roof in New Orleans, and they couldn't get a lot of persons to insure houses in New Orleans because of Katrina. So now I'm paying $1,500 versus what it used to be was $500. Within that short time period, it went from $500 from affordable housing up to $1,500. And during that time period, nobody had any increases in their day-to-day pay, right? So we start seeing this large gap widen fast. We were one of the fastest cities growing in that time period post-Katrina, trying to play catch-up on the national curve. So I said, all right, look, I want to get all of the people off the street. So I wanted to do target encampment decommissioning in the inner core, the stuff that you can see in downtown New Orleans. Now, when I first started this work, people looked at me and was like, Nate, you're crazy. That's never going to happen. These encampments have been here now since so many years. You're never going to be able to move them. And I was like, all right, cool, great. Not a problem. Let me show you something. I'm crazy. I want to actually try to do this. And I want to do it before you do the big game, which is the Super Bowl. That's why you want to do this? I said, no, I want to do this because grants passed. That's why I really want to do it. I want to make sure that I'm actually housing people versus pushing people around or criminalizing these individuals, because I'm a person with lived expertise. What does that mean, folks? I was homeless myself with my 2-year-old daughter at 15 years old. Crazy. We don't talk about a lot of fathers who were part of that family structure when we speak to that. We always talk about moms and children. We don't have a lot of systems in place for dads with children. I want all the providers to think about that. Don't forget us, dads with children. All right. I'm going to check on y'all later on. So from 2023-25, I want to coordinate housing navigation for all unsheltered persons, those one-offs. I want to really dive into that in that time period. Why is this important? The encampment work is going to be resolved. The big groups of people we can see. The one-offs are the persons I got to go look for. Now, I'm a non-traditional director. My staff want me to stay in the office. I have a fractured ankle, and I have a whole lot of health issues. I'm just going to say that. And recently, my birthday just passed, August the 1st. Thank you so much. I'm trying to hold it together for 27 and older. So my grandson was at one of the conferences, and he heard me say that. He was like, Papa, you old. You're not 27. I said, that's why I send you to your mom's house all the time. So I want to build a system out there that can handle the one-offs. I want to go from us running to encampments and doing a diversion model, because that's important. All right? I want to catch the person before they hit the street. I don't want them going in the sheltering process and being warehoused for several years. I don't want them getting to a place where they're living in the car and trying to run from one location to the next location, scared that somebody is after them, or being in a system that's consistently pushing them further and further away from housing. I want them to get captured before they get into that system. So I want to get into diversion. I'm about to get kicked out of my apartment. Here's 6 months rent. I want to be there. And I think that we have a place in New Orleans where we can actually make that happen. I think there's a place in every city where we can make that happen, but I got to start with mine first. I ain't hating on Raleigh. I actually like it here, but you guys got a lot of money. Anyway, in 2023 and beyond, accelerated exits into housing from shelter systems. Now, I got to get people out the shelter systems because I need to create system flow. I can only create system flow from the shelter level. Why is that important? The person falls out of housing. I don't have a resource to catch them. I can put them in the shelter, but I need to get them out of the shelter just as quickly as I got them into the shelter. So what I'm doing is two processes at once. I'm doing a localized process, but I'm doing a national process as well. Advocating locally, I want more resources from the local level, federal, state, city, whatever I can get. I need those resources to go directly to the people. But on a national scale, I'm sitting down with HUD and saying, listen, you want us to actually look at chronically homelessness and say that that's okay for a 12-month period for any individual to experience homelessness, and I say wrong. For a 12-month period, I almost went crazy. I was sitting in that car, I was making it okay for living in the car, and I was playing games with my child in the streets where people were stepping over needles and bottles. That was not okay. Like I talk to my therapist to this day about, like, oh my gosh, man, I remember when I was, and he's like, let's talk about that for a moment. I'm like, I really don't, but man, that was crazy. So when I see the person on the street who's getting high, I walk up on and they're like, oh, Mr. Nate, I'm so sorry. I'm like, nah, bro, I understand, man. What you got? Go ahead, do your thing. I'll be right back. I'm going to be right over here. They get finished, and then I house them. Well, Nate, they're going to go into housing and get high again. Everybody who gets off of work goes home and drinks some alcohol or smoke that cigarette, roll up a blunt. It's okay. We're human beings. We have our vices. But that person should not be criminalized because of the fact that they are experiencing the same exact thing that we want on a day-to-day basis, some sense of relief. Now, somebody asked me also, it was like, why are you advocating so hard for persons who use drugs? I use drugs too. It was a thing that I went through. It was a part of my life. And it was not an easy thing to get over, but it was something that I had to accept and deal with. Now that I'm here at this place, I can now advocate for that individual and bring them into the conversation. Persons with lived expertise need to be at the table if you're making sustainable changes in your community. Pathway number one, direct to housing. Yay, because a person should not have to sit in the shelter. Put them in a housing unit and watch their life change. You want to see somebody get better? Put them in a sustainable place where they can control the outcome. Crazy, I know. So we did that. So I took 167 people off of the street, put them into housing, and guess what? 91% stayed. I know. Imagine somebody wanting to actually stay in their house. It's crazy. I'm going to lock my door and turn on the AC. So right here, this is O.C. Haley, and I put up the little thing. So the little piece there, you can't see the whole thing up. Don't worry about it. I'll tell you the story. So this is actually a liquor store owner who was working across the street from where the encampment used to be at, in these nice little pretty blocks where we have the walls all painted now. It used to be one of the largest encampments in downtown New Orleans. So the guy came over to me. He said, you need to fix this. This is terrible, and people out here urinating, defecating, they're using drugs, and no matter how many people you house, they're just going to come back and they're going to use drugs. And I was like, and you're running a wine store. People use your drugs all the time, sir. I said, but I'm going to help you over here. I'm going to get all these persons off the street. I'm going to clean the area. I'm going to post signage, and we're going to keep working in this area. And he was like, oh, I'll believe it when I see it. 2 weeks later, he wrote this nice little note over here. I just want to thank Nate Fields, the director of Homeless Care, and the collaboration with Councilwoman Harris for doing all of the wonderful work. And I posted that because it say, like, I love the naysayer. They give me the energy to keep doing the work because I'm crazy and I have this crazy idea of ending homelessness. I like that. It gives me the energy to wake up and prove them wrong every single day. So we got a little bit of, media coverage. They put us up 12% reduction in homelessness. They went out with me into the encampment locations and talking to persons who were formerly unhoused, and then we housed them, and then they came back and talked to those same individuals, and they were like, the program is actually working. And I was like, yep, proof of concept, folks. It's crazy. I thought I'd get people off the street into housing, and I did it, and guess what? I'm going to keep doing it. Now we're at this point, right? We're at this point where we are now talking about how we can do outward-facing innovations. I want persons to track the process. I want to be very transparent in this process that there are going to be some points where we're going to have shortcomings. And in those shortcomings, we're going to have to adjust. And I'm okay with the adjustment. I'm not okay with people not doing the work, and that's what was happening for a really long time. So my last large grouping of encampments was June 14th. I closed 3 encampments at the same time, sites 4, 5, and 6. That was 29 people that was housed in those locations. Half of those encampments, like literally right down the middle, were persons who were severely mentally ill. Once we put them into housing, we got them ACT and FACT teams, and we gave them full wraparound services. Those individuals came back and said, thank you. This is all we really wanted. No shelter, nobody holding us to this process and sending us through treatment. I want to go get clean now that I'm in my own place because I know my stuff is going to be there when I return. This is the way we want to continue to move forward. So we went and secured some additional fundings, and a lot of our money has recently come through a lot of private investments, and we still have a lot of fundraising to do. But in this fundraising efforts, we started off this process with $230K that came from our business council and community. The city put on the table about $5 million to start the process. And then we also infused another $8 million to continue the process. So just on Thursday of last week, we signed over $2.5 million to start up the rapid rehousing for the second tranche of the encampment work, which puts us at sites 7, 8, and 9. So right here, the rehousing packages and the flex fund. Broke it down for you so you can kind of look at it. What we're trying to get to is the 1,500 units. What we have at the flex funds, we want to get to 3 million. So far in the flex funds, we're right in the middle, $1.5 million that the city has put on the table, as well as our private investors. Unity got a federal grant for $15 million, which will allow us to have 420 units. The city helped with ARPA funding, which helped us get 158 units, which is the flex fund at $1.5 million. Private funders to $200K. And if we do this the correct way, we'll have the additional gap monies, which is the $11 million with 515 units, and the $1.3 million which we're currently missing to complete our goal to be able to finish this entire process. Now, this amazing guy right here, as you can see, he's out in the encampment. He picks up the needle. People are like, oh my God, they're so disgusting. They do drugs and they're on the street corners. And Nate, you got to do more to help these folks out. I am doing more. Not only can you come up and talk to me and I can work you through your process, but my team is also with you every single day to make sure that you get your needs met. What we want to do is be real people to real people. All right? One of the funny things today that happened today, I was told to sit at the speaker's table, and I was like, no, I want to sit where the people are. And I've always done that. The reason why is because I think that I have a lot more to learn from the general population than I do from the persons who are already doing the work. I stay embedded to that, which keeps me true to my promises that I made to myself a long time ago, that the persons who are actually experiencing the life experiences will be the ones who are going to navigate how I move forward. They're going to keep me true and keep me grounded in this work because I need to be transparent. I need to be real, and I also need to be held accountable. If I am at fault at any point in time, I want the persons who are the constituents to be the one at the table saying, fix it, which will make me responsive to that. I am a government official now, but before that I was in the private sector. And when I was in the private sector, I used to say, if I get into this position, I'm going to make sure I'll never be that guy. And I've held true to that every day since then. I told the mayor when I came in here, I'm a problem starter. I'm going to cause a lot of issues. And if you got my back, and then my mayor, who she is, if you have not met Mayor Cantrell, this is the mayor who made Back That Ass Up Day a real day in the city of New Orleans. Sit on that for a moment. June 11th, Back That Ass Up Day. So, of course, she was like, oh, I'm down, let's do it. And I was like, all right, let's do this then. Every time I go out in public and act a fool, she's like, and he said it too. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about, my mayor. But also the city council were looking at me like, you cause a lot of issues. I was like, I just house a lot of people. And they said, you know what? We're going to give you a lot more money. So return on investment. I like to show proof of concept. Today I'm showing you proof of concept, but I'm not done yet. Because now we've done proof of concept in the outreach efforts. Now I want to show proof of concept in the sustainability efforts. So the next part of this is building a sustainability system, was make sure that people stay in the housing. It's wonderful that we got people off the streets. How much wonderful will it be when we keep people in the housing from off those streets? We are at this place now in the United States of America where we're seeing a lot of change happen. But a lot of the providers have now started to dial back and started to go in a different direction and pivot, or some have slowed down altogether. My thing is keep your foot on the gas. We got to make sure that we're touching every single one of those individuals who are in our community, not just the business side. Because I want to have a response for the business side. And sometimes they don't like my response. Matter of fact, I don't care if they don't like my response. Because I like them angry at me. I want to say that again. I like them angry at me. So when they come to my offices and they're sitting there complaining, and I say, all right, you don't like my solution. Help me create a better system. You know how you can help? Cut the check. How will you show up in this next couple of years as we're starting to do this transition? This is an election year that is coming upon us, correct? We need to vote and make sure that we're pushing people into office who have the same agenda as us. We have to change our community ways of thought, but the only way we can change the community is be a part of it. And we have to make sure that persons are at the table to ensure that we can continue doing this work at high level. What Raleigh's about to embark on is going to be similar to what we have been doing in New Orleans. And this can be duplicated in some locations. It can't be duplicated everywhere. Some parts of it you can take apart and do that here. But the one big piece is you can listen to the people, you can be responsive, you can create more affordable housing. You can do those things. Those things can be universal. But hold your city accountable. Hold those persons in charge accountable. Hold the persons who are elected officials accountable. Make sure that the law enforcement are a part of this and not more problematic than solution-oriented. Because they can be. And they don't have to be. I started off outreach with 3 police officers. And when they went out there, they were like, oh my God, that's a criminal offense. That's a criminal offense. And I was like, go lock them up. Go ahead, go get them. You want us to do that? Do you want to do that? Or do you want to be credible officers? Well, we'll follow you, Nate. All right, so it sounds like you want to be credible officers. Let me show you how to do it the correct way. Take off your uniform. Here's this polo. Put on these sneakers. Here, this right here, these are syringes. You're going to pass those out. We're going to give them drug needles. They're going to use drugs in front of us. I was like, I'd rather them use them in front of us than in an alleyway where they can't be found. Now we have harm reduction models in each one of the cities that I've been working in. But I had to fight. I put 24 years to get in the game. Started off as this guy who just wanted to yell at people every single day. And I said, no, that's not fair, Nate. Step up, get into these authoritative positions and start helping to change the system. The persons who are elected officials, they want to know more. Don't blame them for their ignorance. Help educate them. Pull them in as a community. because they want to shift the system, but they just don't know how to. And they think that from their perspective and from what they have researched is correct. But we have the ability, as we have put persons in these positions, to hold them accountable. But not just hold them accountable, be solution-oriented. That's not right. Then tell me what is. We can do that. You're paying the salaries. Now come to the table and be more influential with what your money looks like. If you want your money to move correctly, be the ones who orchestrate what that looks like. Okay? Now, I want to have this conversation and dialogue, so I hope y'all are using the QR code. Y'all heard what Brady was saying the whole time. Y'all better use that QR code. Stop playing with Brady. He been asking y'all all day real nice. Use the QR code. Get on there. Stop playing with me. Use that QR code. Put some questions in there. So use the QR code and get these questions in, because Brady ain't playing with you. I got your back, Brady. Don't worry about it. I got your back. Now, I do want to leave you with something, because I like to have fun in my work, but I'm serious about this. I live this. 24 years in, even though I'm 28. I want you to own this piece. What am I going to do after today? Because, see, I like to go to school, right? And I like to learn a lot of stuff, but I also like homework. And I need you to take that homework home with you today. What can I do to influence what this change is going to look like? What are you going to bring to the table to influence the change of this system? Please, if you're not the person who's doing the work, find the people who are. If you're not the person who can feel like they can do the physical labor, make sure that you influence those persons who can bring the dollars to the table. Use your activism, your voice, to be able to create sustainable change. Raleigh can be a system change leader. Are you willing to participate? All right.
Thank you so much, Nate. That was just such a great presentation and really incredible work that you've done. The people have been using the QR code, so we've got a lot of questions for you. We won't be able to get to all of them, but I'll try to do my best here. We had a lot of questions along this vein. Where did you all find housing for folks? Where did people get housed? Did you have available housing? How were you able to do that so quickly?
Bought our way into the system. I took a bunch of money, like $2 million. I went to landlords and said, hey, hold this unit for me for $500. Then I'm going to pay you rent. Then I'm going to give you first month's security deposit, up to 12 months rent. If something happens to your unit, I'll fix your unit. And if you can't get past inspection, I'll pay for that too. I bought my way into the system. Yeah. I had money, I used it. I like using other people's money. It was fun.
Could you talk a little bit more about that other money that was used? Did you use any federal funds? And if so, how did you plug those in?
Yep, so I used, we have the COVID relief dollars or ARPA funding, home ARPA funding. I got some money from New Orleans. I got some money from the state. I also fundraised a lot of money, and the fundraised money is what really pushed it forward. I infused it with $500,000 from the Flex Fund, and then I also brought in some other private persons who dropped some large numbers on the table to be able to hold those units. So yes, combination of things.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit more about that rehousing package? It sounds like the rent was paid to landlords, or how did that kind of flow?
Yeah, so we paid the landlords directly. We made sure that the individuals had safe units, and also the wonderful piece is if anything went south and the landlord tried to do something to one of our guests, we would step in as the city and we would help with the transition with our burning landlord relationship.
Can you describe the structure of the outreach teams, and what's your plan moving forward?
Yeah, so the structure is our COC, they have 4 outreach workers. Travelers Aid is one of our partners that we actually paid for them to expand their outreach in case management. So they expanded by additional, they had, 6 outreach workers. We gave them 8 more. And then they also brought on 8 or maybe 9 case managers to help with the system with 20 persons per case managers. We did not want to go above 20 persons. We wanted to keep it really low so they can really focus on those individuals. And most of those case managers stayed around like 15, 16 individuals so they can do a lot more hands-on work with the persons that they're working with. Oh yeah, and then I brought in my own outreach team. And my outreach workers are trying to keep me out of the field every single week. Good luck.
Let's see. All right, I think we've got time for one more. Can you just talk kind of big picture, zooming out, what are the key elements of your strategy that other cities like Raleigh might be able to replicate?
I think everything you can replicate here in Raleigh, honestly. It's not one part that we are doing that you could not. I think the piece of like building new affordable houses might be not feasible for everyone who don't have those resources. Right now, we have a lot of resources as we have the NFL sitting in our backyard getting ready for Super Bowl. So every time they ask me about the homeless encampment, I'm like, you know what? I can't take care of that for the low, low price of $5 million. If you could give $1 per individual, I can have them all knocked out in a week's time. Can you do it? Can you do it? But not only using those resources currently, but also making sure that those ARPA funds are transferable over into general funds, and I can continue to keep the mayor's office accountable to those monies coming in. $2.5 million for rapid rehouses for unhoused individuals, $2.5 million for individuals who are in the shelter process, and the remainder of the money is held in place to keep persons who are already in housing.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Nate. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, he did read my cues here. I was going to say something about this QR code. Please find time to do it, people. But once again, give it up for Nate Fields. Okay. So as we move on, we actually have another innovator in this field. Please put your hands together for Sherry Boucher. She is the Housing Director for the Center of Public Enterprise of Phoenix, Arizona.
So who's excited to talk about housing innovation? As you heard, I'm Sherry Boucher, Housing Director for Center for Public Enterprise. I'm going to take you back 18 years, 2006. I started my first gig in the public sector as a housing intern for the city of Flagstaff in Arizona. Since that time, I was working all throughout Arizona in the public sector, and my last job ended up at the state of Arizona running their tax credit program. So I'm very familiar with Mark and all the great work he does in the LIHTC world. But I caught the housing bug 18 years ago, and I've stuck with it ever since. I feel blessed to work for Center for Public Enterprise, where now I get to help communities around the nation really fulfill their housing dreams with new programs. So happy to be here today. Thank you to the City of Raleigh for having Center for Public Enterprise here. And I have to tell you, the one thing I love more than housing is probably donuts. So you probably know where I'm going. I went to Krispy Kreme this morning. And we have Krispy Kreme in Arizona, but we do not have Krispy Kreme like y'all have it here. In the original state where it was founded, changed my life, I think, pretty much. So if y'all don't know, Center for Public Enterprise is an organization we're a think tank, and we're focused on really helping build public sector capacity and working with public sector agencies, and also releasing research and innovation for folks to duplicate around the nation. Oh, I went too fast. So Raleigh and community, am I too close to the mic, y'all? Am I? Okay, good. Raleigh and communities all over North Carolina are doing amazing things, and we've heard about them today, with our federal, state, and local housing funds. But unfortunately, as we know, the programs are oversubscribed and they're highly competitive, and there's just not enough resources to go around to meet our need. In this chart, you can kind of see in 2023, our 9% LIHTC applications in North Carolina, there was over 80 applications, and we had the opportunity to fund 30 of the 80. So you can see the demand just far exceeds our resources on the LIHTC side of things. And this is a trend that we see across the nation. Communities have more demand than the resources that they have available. The tools that we have at our disposal are very important, and they must continue. However, I'm here today to talk to you about how can we make a greater impact by adding tools to our tool belt, and so that we can address that need faster. In addition to limited housing resources, housing production, as you all know, is subject to the boom and bust housing economy, so we also are working within the market constraints that we have in our communities. So today we'll discuss this innovative tool, and that can empower our communities to generate additional low-income housing without pulling from our scarce federal and state resources. The solution we'll be covering today is the mixed income public development model. Some people like to call it the Montgomery County model. And here you can see the model was originally created by Montgomery County, or originally in the States, created by Montgomery County. And they were recently featured on HUD's PD&R quarterly update as an innovative model, and they won the 2024 Ivory Prize for this model. But we're seeing this model expanded across the United States. And Montgomery County, of course, was our founding area in Maryland. And then Atlanta was the second city to adopt this model. We also have Chicago, Chattanooga, Michigan, Kingston, Syracuse, Colorado, and Seattle, all looking into and implementing this model. The Bay Area is also interested in exploring this model. So just a little map so you can kind of see how it's growing. The mixed income public development model has three basic components that I want to dive into in a little bit more detail today. The first is that it operates outside of our existing, of course, precious resources, and it involves a revolving loan fund, low-cost debt, and a public ownership model that allows us to tap into existing tax relief. And we'll cover these ingredients in a little bit more detail. Let's start with public ownership. There's some short-term and long-term benefits. The short-term benefits include that the project is established by a wholly owned nonprofit subsidiary, and the project's either fully owned or has a majority share. Another key factor is that it taps into, as I mentioned, the tax relief from that ownership structure, and it sets up the subsidiary to maximize that benefit where it can. Lastly, trying to find the parent organization where you can land that subsidiary is important, because you want to make sure you can tap into the powers and authorities that are available, such as the ability to lend, develop, own, operate residential property in your community. In communities where we've seen this model very successfully implemented, there's a really great collaboration between the local government and the local public housing authority, because a lot of those powers and authorities exist within that partnership. And every community is different of how those collaborations work. Oh, let me talk about the long-term benefits, because those are exciting too. I get more excited about the long-term benefits probably because it's affordable into perpetuity. So as long as you have this asset, it will remain affordable, and it will be providing housing to your community. A lot of our federal programs have a timing clock. You know, they age out at 20, 30, 40 years depending on your community's affordability period. So this remains affordability into perpetuity. It's also a very high-performing asset, which we'll cover a little bit later in the presentation, because we'll talk about how the market rate units subsidize the low-income units. But because it's high-performing, you can also leverage this in your portfolio to expand your portfolio And also to, if you need to rehab other assets in your portfolio, it's a very strong asset to be able to do that. Another component we talked about, one of the ingredients of the public mixed income model, is that it establishes a revolving loan fund. And this fund is established either through a one-time investment or short-term ongoing investments. And many communities are already, as you all know, you all are using your entitlement funds for gap financing. So it's nothing new to have gap financing construction debt for low-income housing, but what's unique about this model is that it's short-term. So it's usually paid back to the revolving loan fund in 3 to 5 years so that you can fund another transaction and you can keep your deal flow going. So it functions on a low-cost, low-turnaround construction debt operating basis, and while you're working and constructing the projects that you have in your pipeline, you can be building and gathering new projects to fund in the next 3 to 5 years. So, you all know deal vetting and project selection and pre-development work usually takes a couple years depending on the community. So it's the perfect pipeline and deal flow for you to be able to construct your units and then have your next units prepped while the revolving loan fund revolves. A question we often receive about the revolving loan fund is, how much should we start our revolving loan fund? Where do we begin? And every community answers that question differently. Chicago, they went for the whole shebang, and they started with $135 million through a bond. Montgomery County, our founder of this model, started with $50 million and then scaled it up after they could show and demonstrate that the model worked to $100 million. And Atlanta started at $38 million, and Chattanooga, which we're currently partnering with, is starting with the $20 million to pilot it and then hopefully scale up future. So it depends on your community and what works for you all. Now, the revolving loan fund is one part of the capital stack. I wanted to get a little bit more into how the capital stack works for the transaction, both on the construction side and on the permanent debt side. On the construction side, you can see the revolving loan covers about 20 to 25% of your total development cost. And owner equity is about 5 to 10%, while the remaining is a permanent debt source of about 70%. And what's unique about this program is because it's a public entity, you can tap into some low-cost debt options for your senior and your construction debt that also bring down the total development cost, which you can then pass through to your residents. When you convert to perm, that revolving loan fund, that's 3 to 5 years, is taken out by mezz debt. Communities use different sources for mezz debt depending on what's available either locally. We try to find a low-cost mezz debt as well to keep the transaction down, and then tap into a permanent source. Sometimes folks will start with their construction to perm from the FFB program, for example, where they already have that source that converts, or you can seek out a separate perm source that's low cost. A couple low-cost options outside of FFB, folks have used recycled bond cap as well, and private placement. I wanted to do a little comparison because we've talked about LIHTC and we've talked about the mixed income model, but you can see on a LIHTC project you generally have, and Mark covered this, but I'll just do a high-level overview. We have our senior debt, you'll have your LIHTC equity, and then you'll have your soft gap sources. Depending on your project, that can be between 2 to 6 different sources in your soft gap. I took a look at the Rose project out there, beautiful project. It had 6 sources of soft gap to make the deal work. So these are very complicated transactions, and folks are having to pull from a lot of different areas to make them work. So those soft gap sources are so important to sustain our LIHTC programs. And I'm a huge fan of LIHTC. I oversaw our LIHTC programs at the state of Arizona, so I'm a big fan of them. When we're working in the mixed income model, you can see the comparison to the market. It's very similar to a market rate transaction where you have your senior debt, your construction loan, and your owner equity. The construction loan in the mixed income model is just substituted with that revolving loan fund. The revolving loan fund is low-cost debt, so that further reduces the cost of the transaction. So the way this subsidy works, as we covered in the LIHTC model, the LIHTC equity allows folks to subsidize the rents in the project. The way this model works is that we're combining all of the ingredients we talked about, the tax relief, the low-cost debt, the low-cost revolving loan fund, to decrease the cost of the transaction, and then increasing the income into the property by having market rate units, which can all sustain the property. We can cover the cost of the debt, and that allows us to reduce the rent on a portion of the units. Generally, these transactions will get about 30% of the units. That will be between 50 and 65% of the AMI. We'll talk about a couple example projects so you can kind of see that in unit count. But essentially, in communities where this model was rolled out, they're able to produce with one project, pretty much one project of a LIHTC affordable housing units without tapping into those scarce federal resources. Another thing that's beneficial about this subsidy is it's flexible. So you'll have your market projections, but once you get the project in the ground and you're leasing it up, if you actually have more income generated because it's publicly owned, you can shift it on the fly. And what I mean by that is Montgomery County's first project, they had 20% of the 20 units at 50% AMI, but their income projections were actually higher when they started leasing up. So they increased the units that they served to 25 units at 50%, and they could do it on the fly because it was publicly owned, and they passed that savings on to their tenants, and they have the flexibility to do so. So pipeline options, we have a few different ways that we can tap into how do we find projects that work with this model. The first is stalled market rate projects. I don't know if y'all have seen this, but a lot of our market rate projects don't have the financing they need to get the projects across the finish line, so they're stalling out. Montgomery County's first deal actually was a stalled market rate project. They approached the developer and said, hey, do you want to convert to our model? We'll have joint ventureship, and we want to use this low-cost financing, and they jumped at the opportunity because they didn't have the construction financing to get the project across the table. And they were willing to adapt to the model, go through negotiations, and do a joint venture. I'll show you a little bit about that project later so you can see the breakdown. But it's a great way to make sure that those market rate deals that are already entitled, they're ready to start construction, they were already planning to create those market rate deals in your community, but they're stuck. It's a way to continue to generate that supply for that part of the market. Now, that's not the only pipeline option. We're also seeing folks use city-owned land or underutilized city-owned land as a way through RFP processes, and that's a great way to tap into and work with your community to get that land and use it for housing. And finally, we're seeing Michigan specifically is looking into using this model so that they can take the overflow from their LIHTC program, folks maybe that didn't receive an award, and they can approach those developers and say, hey, how about you adapt your project to this model? And they can keep their project moving forward, and they don't have to wait till the next round to be funded for LIHTC. And that's just 3 examples that you can adapt this model in so many different ways. This is just a quick overview, a snippet of where we're at nationwide. We have over $200 million in revolving loan funds with all the different communities that have established revolving loan funds, over 6,000 units underway or already in place, and $0 of tax credits or volume cap have been utilized. So it's just a way for us to add another tool to our tool belt. While we're doing some great work with our existing programs, how can we ramp up that supply? And this is the example project I was mentioning to you all. This is the Laureate. It was the first project that Montgomery County implemented with this model. And their subsidiary is called the Housing Opportunities Commission. I wanted to give you a little bit of an overview of the sources and uses and what it looked like. This was a $122 million project, and they had $99 million in senior debt, $8 million in ownership equity, and then $15 million in their revolving loan fund for this project. It was a large project, so you don't have to start this large, but because it was a market rate deal, it was pretty big. It was 268 units, and 80 of those units were made affordable. In Montgomery County, that's right, yeah. In Montgomery County, that is one LIHTC deal that they were able to create while also adding in market rate units to the mix. Now, this Hillendale Gateway, I love this project, and I'll tell you a little bit why. It combines my two favorite things, which is the mixed income model with the LIHTC project. So it's two phases. It's a 4% LIHTC project strictly for seniors, and the other phase is using the mixed income model. So total, they have 463 units. It's with the two phases, and 115 will be 0 to 50% area median income, while 129 units will be 60 to 80% AMI. The other great thing about this project, it's the first of its kind in Maryville because Maryland, not Maryvale, I'm sorry, that's a community in Arizona. I'm going back home already. It's the first net zero passive house residential building in Maryland, so pretty special. I wanted to show you Atlanta. So these are a couple sites they've selected for RFPs for city-owned land initiatives. They have their Madison Fire Station as well as Thomasville Heights. They released these this year and will be seeking applicants to work with a joint venture process to redevelop these sites. Now, for communities that are interested in implementing this model, just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview of what the steps look like. First, you would start at establishing your revolving loan fund, figuring out how you'd like to do that. I don't know if I mentioned, but most of the communities have either issued their revolving loan fund through a bond allocation, or they have had a direct budget line item. So it depends on what works best for your community. Then you work on your institutional framework and your governance design. Who's going to own this public mixed income model, and where do you have the powers and authorities to set up your subsidiary? And the financial structure and design, we talked a little bit about the capital stack, but you would work with your community and figure out where you want to source your senior debt, where you want to look for mezz, and how you want to structure your ownership equity. And then you would dive into the project-specific details. You would figure out which pipeline option you'd like to use and start formalizing your deals and figuring out how to roll out that financial structure. Really, the one takeaway I want you all to take from this entire presentation is that this mixed income model, it generates new low-income housing as well as market rate without tapping into our scarce resources. And it even allows folks, if they would like to take those scarce resources and start shifting them to our most vulnerable populations. So kind of shifting your federalized programs to serve your very extremely vulnerable populations while addressing your 60 or 50% AMI populations through this model. And that's all I have for you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. No questions, I'm off the hook.
Sorry, had a mic issue there. Thank you so much, Sherry. That was super interesting and such an incredibly innovative model that we're really excited to learn more about. Can you talk about what have some of the most significant challenges been in the communities that you've seen in implementing this model?
I think after you get your revolving loan fund issued, then really it's figuring out that collaboration piece where we're stronger together. We're stronger when all of our agencies can work together towards one mission, and where I think Chattanooga has been my favorite so far. They work so well together and they're able to partner with all of the agencies that have the powers and authorities to make this model work, and they're all aligned under one vision. So I think that's the key.
And what about property management? How are communities approaching the property management and buildings that are developed through this model?
Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up, because I meant to mention that. Property management, most public agencies don't manage in-house. They sub it out. So it would be another opportunity to work with our community and partner with property management companies in our community, and they usually have partnership agreements with those external property management companies.
Could you speak to what the relationship is that you've seen between units that are built through this model and the Housing Choice Voucher Program or Section 8 Voucher Program?
Yes, of course. Some folks have decided to deepen their subsidy. They can include project-based vouchers, and then you could be serving from 0 to 30% AMI with some of the units. So the more you can layer in other sources, if you have them at your disposal, I think you can even change the AMI mix quite a bit. One thing we're looking into and studying to see if we can layer in is the Fair Cloth to RAD units, and seeing how folks can put those Fair Cloth to RAD vouchers into play, and maybe layering them into this model and how that would work. So stay tuned. We might be releasing a report on that and how communities can put those units to work.
Are there any key success factors or parameters when it comes to the percentage or the number of affordable units within the mixed income developments that you can share?
There aren't any parameters. There aren't any requirements specifically. It's really how much you can drive down that total development cost to pass that savings on to the tenant. So if you can drive it down pretty far, you might even have more than 30% of your units, or you might be able to deepen your subsidy. That's the beauty of it. It's a little flexible, which is nice.
And what is done to ensure that these developments remain truly mixed in terms of income and inclusive over time? Are there legally binding restrictions on the properties, or what does that look like?
Yes, some communities will, because the properties are owned by a separate entity, so some partners will have their development agreements or agreements with some of their lending arms, so the senior debt or some of their construction debt, to make sure that they're spelling out what those affordability requirements are. Similar to a LIHTC deal.
What does it take from a political perspective to start a new revolving loan fund? How could the public support the advancement of something like this?
Oh, well, yeah, I think every community is different. So I see, being in Raleigh, I've been very inspired with how y'all are coming together and how much you support affordable housing in your community. Seeing that slide where you have all the resources, I was blown away. So I feel like you all pretty much got that going for you here. It seems like everybody's rallying around the housing issue in Raleigh, and I feel like there would be success there. But I'm always here to help too. That's maybe my third love, is helping people. So if you all have questions, we're here to help and answer any questions you might have. Oh, do you all know what Fair Cloth units are? I probably just mentioned that without explaining what it is. They're, when public housing units are demolished, they don't just go away. They stay on that public housing authority's shelf. So a lot of cities, especially Chicago, has a ton of them. They just have these public housing units just sitting there in this virtual shelf, right? They're not being utilized. And public housing units are so valuable because they're one of the few tools we have that serve that 0 to 30% AMI outside of our vouchers. So having a tool where we can have new construction products placing those Fair Cloth RAD units would be a way that we can serve more of our most vulnerable populations. So I really hope to get that report out to you all so you can see how that would work with this model and maybe with other models too.
Thank you. I think we've got time for one more. So this model seems to work well in areas where market rents are pretty high compared to the affordable rents. Do you have a sense of what that difference needs to be for it to work?
Yeah, what we like to say is if you see market rate projects, market rate multifamily projects naturally happening in your community or in your city, then this model will generally work. But one of the items that we work through in the early stages of the steps of how to implement this program is a market test, taking a look at what your current cost per unit is and what your market rent would be, and we test the market to see if the model works in your community.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Sherry.
Thank you.
All right, let's give it up for Sherry Boucher. So we are getting closer to the end, so let's just stand up for a second. Let's get a quick stretch. Yeah. A lot of good information, but I want to make sure we get it all in. All right. We're going to do the head, fingers, toe. All right. So as we are getting ready to move on, our next person up is going to be from our housing authority, the City of Raleigh Housing Authority. Please give it up for Mr. Ashley Lomers Johnson.
Good afternoon. I woke up in the middle of the night and I started worrying about how I would make sure that the slide on the screen matches the slide that I'm talking from. So I've got a strategy. I don't know how it's going to work. As the slide indicates there, my name is Ashley Lomers Johnson. I have been the CEO for the Raleigh Housing Authority since April 17 last year, so not very long. I grew up in public housing in about 12 miles from Cape Town in South Africa, and for the last 31 years it's been a very satisfying experience working in housing authorities around the country. I've worked in the state of Washington, where my wife is from, as well as Baltimore. So, and now I'm in Raleigh. So today, want to talk about, here we go. I want to talk about a couple of our strategic initiatives that has come out of our strategic planning and long-term desires to make a bigger difference in Raleigh. But before I talk about those two initiatives, I want to talk a little bit about the Housing Authority, what it is, and whoops. Oh, I'm on the same page. What it is and how we are related to the city. You have little covers and a bag that says Raleigh Housing. Our clients and customers know us as Raleigh Housing Authority, so it's not surprising that there is some confusion about the Housing Authority and what it does. Well, I catch up here. Here we go. So what is the Housing Authority? We're a public agency that is independent and authorized under North Carolina state law. We have the right to operate federal housing programs like the Section 8 and public housing programs. We may acquire or develop low-income housing. We may acquire property through eminent domain. I just threw that in so you can wake up. And we may issue bonds, and we do. We issue conduit bonds that support the development and the financing of 4% tax credit units, and we are in the process of applying for a credit rating from Standard & Poor's so that we can also issue municipal and or general revenue bonds for acquisition and other activities to develop or acquire housing. And then lastly, and this doesn't conclude the series of rights and responsibilities that we have the right to borrow or lend money for low-income housing. So the Housing Authority and the City of Raleigh. As I said, we are authorized under state law, and we were founded by the City of Raleigh in 1938. I think that's about 36 years ago, if my math is right. We're not a city department. Often that is the understanding of some folks. We are governed by a 9-member Board of Commissioners that includes one of our federal housing program customers, public housing or Section 8. And the mayor appoints our commissioners for overlapping terms, and the chief executive, that happens to be me, I report to the board, and the board is responsible for hiring and firing the executive, chief executive. So, some key program facts, just very briefly. We serve over 6,000 households, mainly in Raleigh, but also in Wake County. The average incomes of our clients is about $18,000 a year. 82% of them have incomes below 30% of area median income. Of these over 6,000 households, 5,600 of them benefit from subsidized housing opportunities. So when we talk about subsidized housing, we talk about programs where the rent is based on the household's income, so typically 30% of adjusted income. Now, public housing is our oldest program. We have 1,245 units, and then we have 654 units in the cloud, the so-called Faircloth units. So those of you who are from Raleigh and North Carolina should recognize the Faircloth name, named after Senator Faircloth, whose legislation that he sponsored resulted in public housing units, the maximum being capped at the levels they were in December of 1999. So back then, we had 654 more public housing units than we have now. So we do have these 654 Faircloth units that we can develop. It's tough, but we will try. The Housing Choice Voucher Program is the largest program, traditionally referred to, and sometimes still, as the Section 8 program. We have just more than 4,400 vouchers. And then we own and operate, manage, and maintain about 2,000 total affordable housing units. So the Housing Authority adopted a strategic plan in March of this year. This plan and other things that I'll be talking about today, more information is available on our website. Our plan includes 5 strategic goals, and these 2 initiatives that I'll be talking about today comes from these strategies identified in the strategic plan. So far, I'm doing good. Okay, the first one that I'll be talking about is the project-based voucher program. Somebody mentioned that term, project-based vouchers. The Raleigh Housing Authority has not had a project-based voucher program, which is somewhat a good thing because it's a huge opportunity for the Housing Authority and for the city. So let me talk briefly about the project-based voucher program. Unlike a tenant-based voucher, PBV is tied to the unit. When the tenant moves, the assistance doesn't move with the tenant like in a tenant-based voucher situation. The subsidy stays with the unit. Typically, project-based vouchers are allocated through a competitive RFP process. And you may be interested to know that the county and the city and the Housing Authority has started to talk about having a joint application process for city, county, and housing authority PBV. This is done in some parts of the country, like the Pacific Northwest, where I came from recently. So housing authorities are allowed to project base up to 30% of their voucher pool. So for us, that's around 1,230 units. If we want to project base that full 30%, and we want to, and will most likely do so, 10% of those vouchers, roughly 400, have to be 10% of the total amount of vouchers have to serve folks who can't live independently without some level of services, at least at the beginning. So for these, we envision projects around around Raleigh and Wake County that will serve communities and people who need the affordable and subsidized housing, but also services. Just an example, for example, folks who exit incarceration often are in difficult situations. They can't find housing, they can't find jobs, and so on. So one of the thoughts and ideas coming out of this, or that's part of this, is that maybe we can develop a partnership with a developer, nonprofit, who can establish a project that would serve folks who otherwise may find it very difficult to re-enter the community. So roughly estimated, so once fully implemented, and these contracts could be contracts for up to 20 years. When fully implemented, this program would provide subsidy of up to $400 million, which is a huge and significant sum that will leverage additional affordable housing for people of extremely low income. So what are some of the benefits? And there are numerous benefits, and I just want to point out some of them here. The vouchers can leverage city, county, and other funding to develop housing for extremely low-income households. And under HUD speak, extremely low-income households are those below 30% of area median income. Project-based vouchers can enable mission-driven nonprofits and others to serve extremely low-income households in their properties. Often there are folks who want to serve people who make $10,000, $12,000, $15,000 a year, but they can't make use of 30% units without a subsidy. And so project-based vouchers can help those organizations who want to serve the neediest folks in our community through decent and high-quality housing. For permanent supportive housing, because the rent levels are essentially at market rate, especially after the big increase in fair market rents at the beginning of this year, the revenue from these units can generate additional resources, revenue for permanent supportive housing, especially those folks who provide services to their residents. For the Housing Authority, this is an important strategic initiative because project-based vouchers will add relocation options for our public housing residents, and we'll talk a little bit about Heritage Park and the relocation there in a minute. But we are in the process of entering into contracts with developers and property owners, project-based voucher contracts, and so those folks who have applied for these project-based vouchers, the developers and owners, they have made a commitment to provide a priority for folks who need to relocate. And then lastly, and this is a passion as well as an obsession for me, that project-based vouchers can assist housing authorities to get to 100% voucher utilization. Now, you may be interested that nationwide, only 86% of the vouchers are used, and that's about 330,000 vouchers that are unused. In North Carolina, 81% of the vouchers are used. And nationwide, that percentage is at 86. We are in striking distance of 100%, and we'll be there on Christmas Day, and I'll celebrate, and we all will celebrate. So those are the benefits of the project-based voucher program, and a huge resource and benefit to not just to the housing authority and our clients, but our partners around the city and around the county. That one moved on. So next, I want to talk about the transformation of our public housing. So there is a broad consensus that the federal government does not and will never fund public housing at the levels needed to sustain public housing. So even when you develop fair-cloth public housing units, HUD has an option where you can immediately transfer it to under the RAD program to project-based voucher housing. So the future of public housing, because of the lack of funding, both operating and capital, is at risk. And so the Raleigh Housing Authority has a number of aging public housing stock, very low density. Heritage Park is an example, but Kentwood in southwest Raleigh is a project that has only 89 units, and it's on 14 acres. So you can see that there's significant potential there to provide significantly more units. All in all, the Housing Authority has about 45 acres of very valuable land holdings where we need to replace the housing one for one, but where we can also expand, greatly expand the number of housing units. One of the big benefits of the public housing in Raleigh is that the properties are not concentrated in one or two areas of the city. It's fairly spread out, which is unusual in the United States. The Housing Authority has access to a wide range of repositioning tools in order to effect this transformation, primarily Section 818, disposition and demolition that leads and can lead to property being redeveloped, and then various rental assistance demonstration program options, so-called RAD options. The RAD program was started in the second administration of the second term of the Obama administration, and has had a big impact on transforming public housing around this city, leveraging $7 billion worth of development and construction. So I'm going to talk next about Heritage Park, which for our board and for the Housing Authority and for many in the city is a high priority for redevelopment, repositioning. So this is the current site of Heritage Park. For those of you who don't know where it is and who may be a migrant like I am, a new immigrant, it is just 2 blocks to the south of us and 1 block to the west, if I am correct. This is the current site, aerial view of the site. There are 122 units. 11.6 acres, and we round it up to 12. So over the past year, about 15 months, we've been engaged in a process to develop a plan for Heritage Park. So why are we redeveloping it? Why are we not just renovating it? Under federal regulations, we aren't allowed to spend federal dollars on physically obsolete public housing. Public housing is physically obsolete family housing if the cost to renovate the development exceeds 57.14% of replacement costs. So we've had a capital needs analysis done of all of our public housing properties, and Heritage Park is physically obsolete based on that analysis, and the HUD will be the final arbiter of whether that is in fact accurate. So we cannot spend money, federal money, on renovating the site. So what this does is it provides us with a unique opportunity to redevelop a 12-acre downtown site that was built in 1975. So as I said, we've engaged in a fairly robust planning process and community engagement over the last 14 to 15 months, starting in June of 2023. We've had more than 15 resident and stakeholder meetings, community stakeholders, city staff, and so on, to develop a vision for the new community and a design for the community. So the draft plans, options that we have that came out of this planning process that was completed in late February and adopted by the board in March, range in options, 3 options, from about 550 units to 970 units. So compared to 122, I know I can say quintuple. I don't know what the word is when it goes above that. But anyway, it's a lot more units, and it's not going to just be housing. It'll include retail, community plaza, green spaces, and amenities, and it will have at least one senior building. So I'm still, so out of this process of planning emerged a 5-point vision for the redevelopment. If you have time, please go on our website and you can read more about this. But these are the elements of the vision for Heritage Park. So this slide kind of depicts, is a rendering of what the kind of community plaza would look like with non-residential amenities and uses. The site plan at the bottom right corner is one of the three options in terms of number of units and density. This is a rendering of the entire site in the foreground with lower density housing on the southwest corner of the site, and as you move towards the core of downtown, the housing gets denser. So from townhouses to 2-story to buildings up to 5 stories. And then, of course, there's one building just to the south, just to the northeast, the new 20-story market rate development, which is also one of the things that's almost unique about Raleigh Housing Authority, that owners are willing to build very high-cost housing right across from public housing. So a recognition of the value of the land in the city. So lastly, I want to, oops, you did not, you must be asleep. You didn't see that one. I'll pause for a while so you can look at that. Anyway, that is the rendering of what the site might look like in the future, probably 5 to 10 years from now. So what's going to happen to the residents who are there now? Some of the residents have already relocated voluntarily. They will have the right to come back like everyone else. We have properties, project-based voucher properties coming online, and those Residents have applied to those brand new properties that are opening up and are eager to, some of them are eager to move in there. So all residents will have a right to return. Returning residents will have top priority on the waiting list. Multiple relocation options are available to them, existing public housing, tenant-based vouchers, as well as project-based vouchers, or units supported by project-based vouchers. The Housing Authority will pay for moving costs, moving and related costs, so deposits for utilities and so on, and will pay not just for permanent relocations or temporary relocations off the site, but when folks come back, the Housing Authority will also pay for those moves. And in addition to that, the Housing Authority is in the process of assembling a relocation team that will provide counseling, support, and case management to all the residents who will be relocating. So those are two of the high priority strategic initiatives of the Housing Authority to transform public housing, and with that transform the face of Raleigh and increase the availability of affordable housing in a major way, as well as a project that will support a lot of other developers and projects to make them pencil and to support them so that they can serve extremely low-income households. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ashley. We've got a couple more speakers from the city that are just going to do very quick presentations talking about some initiatives from the city side of things. So up next, we've got Keegan McDonald with our...
I forgot, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine, you're fine. Yeah, so Keegan's with our Planning and Development Department. He's our Land Development Manager, and he's going to talk a little bit about some of the innovations that the city is working on.
Great. Thank you, Erica. Thank you, Ashley, as well. My name is Keegan McDonald. I'm Land Development Manager, as Erica mentioned. And so I'm going to talk about the implementation of zoning reform here in the city. And I think this has been touched upon by a few of the speakers, but really what we mean by the term zoning reform, which is kind of an umbrella term and depends on which jurisdiction you're speaking about, is really a reevaluation of the fundamental characteristics of how we regulate land use and built form. And so over the past probably decade or so, there's been a growing understanding that the zoning regime that's been in place since about the mid-20th century has prohibited many types of housing throughout large swaths of our cities, including Raleigh, up until pretty recently. And so this is really stands in stark contrast to how neighborhoods developed somewhat more organically prior to kind of conventional zoning regulations being put in place. And obviously zoning still has a purpose. Not many people want to live near an industrial area, but due to a variety of factors, different rules and regulations have been put in place that really effectively limit the types and variety of housing that can exist in different parts of a city, and that has limiting effects in terms of where people can move to, what types of housing they can access, and also the amenities and traits of a neighborhood that they can have access to. All right, I think that's the next slide, so I'll go with it. So in terms of the conversation here in Raleigh, obviously it's been taking place for some time, but really at a formal level, took place starting back in about 2017 in a council committee, but it didn't really prompt any specific change to our regulations until about 2019, when we took a look at a housing pattern that we have in our code called cottage courts. And so what that really refers to is small homes clustered around a common courtyard. And I just bring up that specific example because it really kind of starts small, and then there was momentum that was built through public conversation and through different councils that came on board and research that was done on part of staff. And so after 2019, when we made some more modest changes, larger steps were taken, such as the legalizing of accessory dwelling units. Those are separate dwellings that can be located in association with a principal structure. And then two rather large omnibus-style changes to our code that we've referred to as Missing Middle 1.0 and 2.0. And I'll provide a little bit more detail on what those included. And then also what Pat had mentioned during his presentation was the elimination of minimum off-street parking requirements. And while that doesn't directly affect the types of housing that can be built in different areas of the city, it has an indirect effect because it allows for a developer or someone who wants to provide housing to only provide the amount of parking that they think might be necessary. And so in a more urbanized context, it might be less. In a suburban context, more. But it creates some flexibility and also reduces a really major cost to providing housing. And then following the adoption of those code changes, we've also been engaging with the community. More Homes, More Choices was one of the outreach efforts we had in 2023, where we had an opportunity to sit down with residents, hear how they were understanding and experiencing the code changes since they had started to be implemented and units were being either designed or constructed. And that's going to hopefully help inform sort of the next iteration and refinements to the policies that we put in place. We've always understood that these were pretty significant reforms in terms of how things had been structured for a while, and we are certainly committed to kind of further strengthening them over time. And I just want to note that the More Homes, More Choices tagline, if you're more curious about my piece of the presentation, there's a lot of materials online from when we did those community engagement sessions. And so if you search More Homes, More Choices Raleigh, you should be able to pull up those materials if you're curious. Here is the strategy that we kind of embarked on. And so the timeline highlighted the major points, but the code changes that we pursued could kind of be grouped into 11 categories, which are listed here. Some of them are really minor, so changing how wide of a lot or site you need to build a certain type of housing. So whether that be a duplex or apartment or townhouse, we unified those standards to make it possible where those specific housing types are permitted, or permitting flag lots, which allow someone to utilize the rear portion of their lot to locate a home. And then more significant changes, number 11 there, which is abbreviated, where we enabled townhouses and apartments in existing neighborhoods that are in close proximity to planned frequent transit service. And what this really tallied up to, and I think Pat displayed this slide earlier, is a really kind of broad but shallow impact, meaning a lot of the areas of the city were impacted to some degree, but relatively modest impact when it comes to the allowable densities, residential densities, that were enabled through this collection of code changes. And so this is not representative of every single change that was made, but really more of a sampling to kind of show the impacts in various zoning districts. So whether that be the residential 2 zoning district up to the residential 10 zoning district. And those R2 is the less dense areas of the city, R10 the higher density areas of the city. And so you can see opened up a lot of opportunity. And this analysis was really just based on minimum lot size requirements, so it doesn't take into account every single factor that could lead to the construction of a home, but obviously opens up a lot of opportunity that previously wasn't there. And what we've seen this materialize into is an uptick in exactly the types of housing that we were hoping to incentivize, so things beyond just single-family homes. So those include townhouses, duplexes, and also ADUs. So since some of these changes went into effect, we've certainly seen an increase in permit applications that have been filed with the city, and then even more so, as Pat had mentioned, people seeking entitlement, meaning sort of the preliminary approval you need to pursue some of these housing types. So we've seen a lot of units that are somewhere in the pipeline. I think what we're learning since implementing these changes is there's a pretty significant lag time between when you implement policy and when units actually get constructed. But we are very excited that some of the changes have been utilized pretty readily. Particularly the ADU program is one that's been in place probably the longest, and we've seen a lot of interest and also a lot of resources that the city has been able to provide to make that possible for people who have interest. And now that we've started to see some of these units be constructed, the city has actually partnered with the NC State Initiative for Community Growth and Development to conduct a qualitative assessment of the people who are moving into these new housing units. So here are some of the folks that are involved from NC State. I want to just call out Bethany Cutts, Tom Berry, Adam Walters, who are kind of leading that team. And then I have helped to a modest degree in terms of providing them with data and feedback based on their study design. And again, what this is really intended to do is reach out to the people who have moved into those new units through different survey methods and instruments, understanding what brought them into that new housing, what types of things interested them in moving to those neighborhoods, what types of trade-offs were they evaluating, and then also looking at the sentiments of their neighbors. So how is this new housing impacting people who might be in the vicinity, and comparing and contrasting those particular sentiments. And perhaps even kind of more interesting is looking at least with this first phase, the moving chain effect that can happen when people occupy new housing. They often leave somewhere within the city and open up housing opportunities in their previous neighborhood. And how far back can we go in that moving chain and see the benefit that can occur downstream from the new housing? I think as Pat mentioned, without subsidy or some other type of financial assistance, it's really hard for new market rate construction to be affordable or meet some of those lower AMI thresholds or marks. But there is a real benefit to providing housing at all income levels, because again, it opens up opportunities down the moving chain, and that's part of what this study is hoping to uncover. And so right now we are sort of in the middle of this study effort, in that March to October kind of time frame. Started issuing surveys to folks, and then finding individuals who are interested in doing a more in-depth interview where we can go a little deeper than the initial questionnaire, and then also investigate the moving chain, as I mentioned before. I think what we're finding again is that the sample size is a little smaller than we had hoped in terms of the number of completed and occupied units, but we still think we're going to be able to gather some great data from this. And then towards the end of the year, hope to finalize a report that we can bring back for evaluation and presentation to the council and the public. And long term, we're hopeful that this can materialize into a next phase of the study where we can understand sort of the housing market impacts once these policy changes have been in place for a while longer. And so with that, I'm going to pass it off to our Deputy Director of Planning and Development, who will cover, Ken Bowers, who will cover public-private partnerships and new funding models.
Thanks. So I'm Ken Bowers with Planning and Development, and for the last couple of years, I've had a special role within the Department of creating and helping to lead a new division or working unit called Urban Projects, and we are trying to create a stronger capacity within the city organization for engaging in public-private partnerships. And I think that has a key tie-in with a lot of what you've heard today, because basically all of our work on the housing side is some form of public-private partnership. So I'll start by saying that we brought a policy forward to City Council earlier this year that was unanimously adopted in May, which I'm very pleased with that. And that gave staff a framework for how we discuss partnership opportunities with the private sector. And it covers the three main categories of partnerships, or when you are teaming up with a private developer to, say, revitalize an area and it needs some public participation to make that happen. The second thing is that maybe you're trying to piggyback on a large development project to produce some public infrastructure at a lower cost or more quickly than you could do it on your own. And the third is when you're trying to use a city asset, typically land, to either create a source of funds that be used for other things or to create a public benefit. And in the housing space, that's by far the most common thing that we're doing, is we're using a public asset, land, which we either own for a while or that was purposely acquired for the purpose of building affordable housing and then making it available. So here's three big examples. One of them you may not be as familiar with, but the city has acquired around 4 acres from a very old post-war rental community called Duplex Village. It's right off of New Bern Avenue, not far from the Longview Shopping Center. It came up for sale. We went to a buyer and said, we'd like to partner with you to buy a portion of it. So a portion of it's going to be market rate, a portion of it will be affordable. And our 4-acre parcel we probably made available for a very conventional tax credit financed affordable housing project because it's a sufficient size. It's actually right next door to a DHIC, which is a nonprofit developer affordable senior housing project. The middle example, which I'm going to go into in a little bit more detail and give you some hard numbers as to what's going on there, is the Moore Square project. And the Moore Square project is not 100% affordable, it's mixed income. And it's mixed income because it sits on very pricey land, some of the priciest land in the city. And in order to make affordability work there cost effectively, you have to do it differently than you would on lower cost land. And then the third example, which is still in the planning stages and the community engagement stages, and I see Helen Tart here is on a group that is of community members who are helping to lead that process, is to envision the future here. And do we want to use a model similar to the Moore Square model, or do we want to consider a model similar to what Montgomery County is doing? And I'll talk about that because I think there's some amazing opportunities, again, for mixed income development there. So when free land is great, but most of the time you have to buy it. And when you buy it, you're competing with other people who also want to buy it. And most people who sell land sell it to the person who's going to pay the most for it. So a market rate developer building, say, a standard mid-rise apartment building like you've seen rise all over downtown and near the Village District in NC State, is about 100 units per acre. And people who are in that business tell me that they can afford to pay about $35,000 per buildable unit for land. So at 100 units per acre, $35,000 a unit, that's $3.5 million for land per acre in these areas that support that level of density. A tax credit developer typically builds at a much lower density because they're trying to keep their construction costs low. Most of the tax credit developments around the city are at about 20 units per acre because that's as good as you can do with wood frame construction and surface parking. If they try to put that model on that land, they're at $175,000 a unit just for land before a single brick has been put on the ground, which is, and as Mark noted, none of that is offset by tax credits because it's not part of the qualified basis. My super simple model of how affordable housing is financed is you have the land, which is not part of the basis, and then most of the other stuff, which is, and the 4% credits offset about a third of that. And the permanent debt, as Mark noted, supports about $125,000 per unit. So all the remaining gap has to be filled by some sort of local program. And here, that's mostly the city partnership with the county filling that gap. When you go to the expensive land, the mid-rise sites that you see that are 100 units an acre, all of a sudden the land is half or more of the entire cost of producing that unit. And this is not feasible. Now the local programs are over half the capital stack. It's extremely expensive and not at all cost effective to produce housing this way. So the affordable developer, the only thing they can do is they have to build as densely as the market rate developer is building. But to do that drives up the hard cost of construction significantly, $80,000 to $100,000 more per unit to build in that mid-rise or what they call podium or garage wrap buildings than it is for a conventional building. That's better because you get more tax credit equity into it, and so the local programs have to subsidize less, but it's not as good as it could be. So the Moore Square case study is interesting because, again, 4 to 5 acres is sort of a magic number for a 4% tax credit project. That's how much the city had to sell. The land was appraised around $8 to $10 million an acre, and we had a target in the RFP of 120 affordable units, which again is typical for a tax credit project. And if we only did the affordable units, the land cost would be $300,000 a unit, which is obviously unreasonable. So what do we do instead? We used a mixed income solution. So the affordable component stands alone on its own parcel. It's financed separately from the rest of the development. It uses only 1.2 acres of the total. It's got 160 units in it. So it's a 7-story building, a very unusual. I think there's never been another tax credit development in the city that uses this particular development typology. The cost of it is very high, though, $56 million. So the all-in cost of everything is about $350,000 a unit to do that building, compared to the $250,000 that Mark talked about that's more typical for the lower cost. So another additional $100,000. Tax credit equity comes in at about $19 million or $120 per unit. So there's about a $16 million financing gap that has to be filled by the city. However, because we had the remaining land, almost 3 acres, to sell at the market rate as worth $8 to $10 million, we're going to get $23 million of land sale proceeds from that, which can now be flowed directly into filling that gap with some money left over, assuming everything goes as currently planned. So even though this was a much more expensive construction type, by liberating the value of the land for the market rate components, by making the affordable component as compact as possible, we were able to come out with a much more favorable financial structure for the city than if you tried to do this as a 100% affordable project. Now, if we are able to do something like the Montgomery County model, you get even new flexibility, because one of the things about using tax credits is there is a thing called the Qualified Allocation Plan, or QAP, that's adopted statewide, and it's the same rules for development in the most rural and most urban parts of the state. There is no variation or accounting for the different circumstances. And as a result, they have certain standards, minimum standards of quality for unit size. They want a playground and other open space amenities on the site, which are all very good and good things to have, but they complicate and drive up costs when you're developing on very tight urban sites. There's also a significant amount of overhead that's associated with using tax credits in your capital stack. There are lawyers to pay, and accountants, and syndicators and others who are all part of the tax credit space. They all do hard work to make the system work, but they all need to get paid. If you can eliminate some of that, you could also lower some of your overhead costs. So this is one of the reasons why we're very interested when people talk about the struggle of trying to produce affordable housing downtown, specifically near jobs. An early question today was, how can we get more housing in employment centers? Well, the employment centers are exactly where the land costs tend to be the highest. So having a different tool in our toolbox is a big part of that. So I won't recapitulate the excellent presentation from Sherry about the Housing Production Fund. I'll just say that when we learned about it, we were incredibly intrigued by it. We realized we would need a partner in the Housing Authority if it were to work here. We don't know yet whether it will work here. We are trying to study that, but we are going to partner to do a study and see if something like this is applicable in Raleigh. If it is, it could provide us a powerful new tool to engage in new types of partnerships that will allow us to produce housing in locations that before now have been not cost effective. So with that, I'm going to turn the mic over to Emila to close us out to talk about our Rapid Response Homeless Program.
Okay, thanks so much, Ken. Appreciate that. So I'm going to finish this out today to talk about how the city of Raleigh is addressing homelessness, specifically unsheltered homelessness, and some of this will kind of marry into and build on what we talked about this morning, and also a little bit about what Nate brought into the conversation. Okay. So as we talked about earlier this morning, and repeating what Nate said, ending homelessness is not a mystery. We know exactly how to do it. We just need the resources. We also know how much it's going to cost. So we know that it would take approximately $24,000 per year to end homelessness for one household. And for Raleigh's current count, we have about 463 people counted living outside. Now, we know that is an undercount. That is the best data we have right now. However, the Continuum of Care recently did an additional count to try and get at what is the actual number of people living outside so we can really understand the scope. And so to do this, so for the 463 people, if we wanted to address their homelessness today, that would be, if you do like a back of the napkin, it's $11 to $12 million per year, right? So that would end unsheltered homelessness as we know it today. I do want to also say, though, that we can't do this alone. The county is really the leader in the homelessness space, and we're really excited to partner with them to expand our work and to really address this issue together. We already, just this last couple of weeks, were able to house 4 people living outside with the county. It was super exciting, and it was a really great example of how the city and county can work together to bring people directly from the street into housing. So I'm just going to repeat too, we are really at this inflection point, we believe, in the city of Raleigh, where either we build the infrastructure to really end homelessness, or we build these really expensive management tools that don't actually address the root issue. So, and Nate touched on this a little bit, but really right-sizing our system is important, right? So crisis response and what Greg talked about, these are essential pieces of our puzzle, right? We have to have crisis response, we have to have shelter, we have to have people doing this really important immediate health and safety work in our community. However, they cannot do it all, and nor should we expect them to, right? We need to set up a system to get flow so that we are alleviating the crisis system by quickly and rapidly housing people. So that alleviates not only pressure on the crisis system, but it also means we're not over-investing in that expensive piece of the system, but we are investing on permanent solutions to get people permanently housed. And again, a big part of that, as Nate also talked about, was the importance of prevention and diversion. So the city is also investing in homelessness diversion and prevention work in order to add that essential component to make sure that people who are currently housed stay housed. And they don't, like what he described, fall into the homelessness system and kind of get captured there, but that we can keep people stably housed. The goal here is functional zero. What does that mean? That means ending someone's homelessness within 30 days or less. No one spends more than 30 days experiencing homelessness. This is within reach. Communities have done it. We can do it. When we asked Greg the question about what community is a blueprint, I think that's Raleigh, right? I think we really are going to be the blueprint for ending homelessness in this country. We have the partners. We have all of the expertise. It's incredible, a lot of which is in this room. And we have the partnerships. We just really need some targeted resources, and we can bring it home. So the unsheltered response pilot, Council approved a pilot program that would directly house approximately 45 people from a camp into housing. This is designed to show proof of concept. Again, Nate really described well, this can work, and we're going to show that it can work. We are providing direct housing assistance, homeless system support, as well as a coordinated response support, which we'll talk about it a little bit more. And so this will, again, house 45 households and successfully close camps within the city of Raleigh. And while 45 people, as we know, is a great start, we also know that the need is far greater, and we really need to scale up these types of efforts. So as far as a timeline and where we are on the pilot, we have released requests for proposals were issued to identify suitable partners for the three critical roles in the implementation of the program. As you can see here, these are currently under review. We're actually going to announce next week who was scoring the highest on these proposals. So we're really excited to roll out these contracts and to get this work started because people are dying outside every day. So once we have pilot implementation, hopefully beginning this fall, as soon as we possibly can, we anticipate the first camp will be decommissioned by December or January. It typically takes about 4 to 8 weeks to connect folks with housing in a meaningful way and with those supportive services. And, components for housing placement include identifying housing options, benefits counseling, rental application processes, and owner negotiations with owners, as well as move-in assistance. Okay, so along with this, the city is also engaging in unsheltered homelessness response strategy work. So in addition to the pilot, we are engaging in a community-wide process to come up with a strategy to end unsheltered homelessness. We're super excited about this. And this will be, again, a community-wide strategy that addresses this issue and connect individuals without stable housing to permanent homes, also ensuring they receive necessary supportive services. And after securing long-term solutions, like New Orleans, we will work to decommission camps, bringing more suitable and supportive approach to ending homelessness in our community. Here are some of the strategy elements, and I will note here that a big part of how we're moving forward in this work is involving voices of people with lived experiences. In fact, an expertise, which is vital and crucial to this work. We must have input and feedback from people who actually have expertise and experience in this and homelessness in order to be successful in the long term and sustainable. The consultant we're working with, in fact, is a person with lived experience that's leading this effort, and we're really excited about our direction. As far as the timeline for the strategy, we had a request for proposals for the consultant we're working with who's helping to facilitate this community-wide process. They're identified. We're beginning the conversations now, and then summer and winter, the consultant will go out along with us and consult with partners and community stakeholders to include additional people with lived experience. We're really excited to get this started. We would love all of you in this room to be a part of this process. It really takes all of us collectively together to make this work happen. So this is just noting all of the partners that we really need at the table for this. Ending homelessness is a challenge, and it cannot be tackled by any single organization or entity on its own. It really requires us all to come together in a concerted effort and deep collaboration across our entire continuum of care. And by pooling resources, sharing expertise, and working together, we can effectively and comprehensively address homelessness in our community. And this is just a slide showing. Just imagine a Raleigh that has functionally ended homelessness. Our neighbors who are currently living outside would experience health once connected with stable housing. Research shows that permanent housing leads to reductions in both physical and mental health concerns among formerly homeless individuals. The economy would benefit as well. Evidence shows that people who secure stable housing are more likely to gain and retain employment, thereby contributing positively to the economy. And reducing homelessness decreases the demand for emergency and social services, as noted prior, leading to a lot of cost savings, as we've talked about earlier in the day, for local governments and taxpayers, enabling reinvestment in other community services. At a localized scale, this would bolster downtown businesses. When people are housed, they are more likely to spend money on local goods and services, boosting local businesses and revenues. Stabilizing neighborhoods creates more favorable environment for retail and dining establishments, and reducing homelessness can lead to higher property values and more attractive urban areas, which benefits businesses by enhancing the overall appeal of downtown districts. And the local housing market would also benefit. Supporting sufficient housing supply and access not only benefits people experiencing homelessness, but households at all price points. And increasing supply can help end homelessness and also alleviate pressure on rental markets by reducing competition for low-cost housing and stabilizing rental prices for low-income households. The positive impacts of ending homelessness can ripple out for generations. Stable housing is crucial for children's academic success. Studies show that children in stable homes perform better in school, experience fewer behavioral problems, and have improved health outcomes. We know that children are living outside right now today. We shouldn't accept this as reality. And we can do it. I mean, that's really the message, right? We've heard from our speakers today. We know that we can continue to add affordable units, and that will help alleviate pressure and help end homelessness. In addition, we can address the urgent health and safety that is right in front of us together. And with that, we just wanted to thank you all so much for coming today. We want to thank all of our incredible guest speakers, our wonderful MC Grady, and our entire city team who helped organize this event and the content presented today. Huge thank you to everyone, and also to our elected officials and city leadership for their participation and for you all spending your Saturday with us. Really deep appreciation and gratitude for all of you. We know we covered a lot today, but we really appreciate you all being here to learn more and contribute your ideas to solving Raleigh's housing puzzle one piece at a time. The bottom line is that while a lot of factors contributing to affordability are outside of the city's control, we are deeply committed to doing everything we can to address this crisis. We go to sleep and we wake up every day, like you all, thinking about how do we end homelessness? How do we provide more affordable housing to our neighbors and community members? This means using our resources wisely, being proactive, and most importantly, collaborating with all of you all in our community to develop new and creative solutions like those we talked about today to make housing affordable and attainable for all who want to call Raleigh home, and also to end homelessness in our great city. It is within our reach. Thank you again, and have a great rest of your weekend. One last plug for the QR codes.